This telecast of our signal to our off-track betting parlors is authorized by Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. This is the first of 10 thereof. Crown Court just misses it. Also missing it, Outrageous Conquest. They're the back markers in the early exchanges as C. Lillian, last to get to the gate and now first to grab that lead. C. Lillian takes charge. Golden Ambassador a length down and held together in second as they make their way flashing past the 6. Blood Diamond races down on the outside. Crown Court joined them, almost making a line of 3. That's a run for fun. A break back to Marigold, a gap of some 5 lengths to Green Paint. Then comes Sensational Destiny, and at the back of the field it's Outrageous Conquest as they leave the 5 and run toward the half mile. The tempo now beginning to increase. C. Lillian maintains her advantage. Golden Ambassador, the favourite, pressing on the outside. A half a length separates them. 3.5 lengths back to Blood Diamond racing on the outside. Crown Court just on the rail being hustled up and asked to get closer. Run for Fun is 4.5 to 5 lengths back. A gap of 5 to Green Paint overtaking Marigold. A huge gap opens up to Outrageous Conquest. And a long way last, it's Sensational Destiny going nowhere as the leaders are coming into the top of the lane. The favourite, Golden Ambassador, now snatches the lead and runs away toward the final 3/16. C. Lillian asked to make progress on the rail. Crown Court is the one racing out wide in the middle, but Golden Ambassador maintains that lead under Bebito Harvey, leaving the furlong pole behind. It is Golden Ambassador shaken up inside the final 16th. Here is Crown Court now making a late charge. Golden Ambassador by 3.5, and Golden Ambassador will take the first by maybe 3 in the end. Over Crown Court, then C. Lillian, Green Paint. A run for fun.
Often racing, missing the break, that's Midnight Traveler. Pepper Stepper wants that lead and goes right through and goes about his business. Pepper Stepper about a length and a piece in front of Novia chasing in second. Watching them from third, that's Fidelity. Just behind them on the rail, that's Bubbling Warrior, and racing at the back of the field, Midnight Traveler. They go past the 3 and Pepper Stepper stretches the lead about 6 lengths in front of Novia, toiling hard at work in second. Coming on the inside, that's Bubbling Warrior. It's Pepper Stepper in front. Novia looks to be the only danger, if there's any. Pepper Stepper still in front. Novia switch down on the toward the inside. It's Pepper Stepper in front. Novia coming encouragingly at Pepper Stepper. Just about a furlong to travel. Pepper Stepper still keeping on. Novia pressing all the while. Pepper Stepper running out of gas. Novia coming on the inside. Pepper Stepper, Novia. Novia goes on to beat Pepper Stepper. Then comes the Bubbling Warrior. Fidelity back in 5th. That's Midnight Traveler.
Now looks to have settled thereof. First start, Atomic Energy, beginning to drift toward the center, Blinding Light in close touch. Senor Kwanzi is racing nearer to us. Sir Ganga Jamuna is showing usual early speed, and Sir Ganga Jamuna near the stand fence may just have it over blinding light drifting across. Atomic Energy is in the center. On the far side, nothing but trouble is close enough, if good enough, as they make their way inside the final furlong. Nothing but trouble on the far side now looks to have poached the overall lead. Blinding light in pursuit along with Atomic Energy and the favorite Sir Ganga Jamuna, but they can't stop Nothing But Trouble and Everett Clunis. They win by maybe 3 in the end. Blinding light second. Atomic Energy is close between Wear Your Honor and the favorite Sir Ganga Jamuna.
Not a bit satisfying. Now he is. Off and racing. Benison and Slam Sharp, and along with Prince Roy, those are the slowest. Going through for that lead, that's Lockdown. Lockdown joined on the outside by Star Quest, and Star Quest goes on with it from Lockdown. Hustling up against the rail, that's Good Conscience also in the mix. Slam Sharp has recovered after that break. Then comes a Brahma Bull. Behind Brahma Bull, that's Prince Roy, and racing at the back of the field, the Benison. They go past the 5, and Good Conscience now ekes out that lead, and it's Good Conscience in front of Lockdown. Just on the outside of Lockdown, that's Star Quest. Just behind them and traveling well, Slam Sharp, another length or so before we come to Brahma Bull, overtaking Slam Sharp also on the hunt. That's Prince Roy, and Benison is still out of it. They go toward the 3, and it is Good Conscience with that lead. Star Quest coming back for more right there too. That's Lockdown also coming into it and looking menacing. That's a Brahma Bull, but it's Good Conscience still in front. Star Quest pestering all the while on the outside. Good Conscience, Star Quest, Prince Roy forming a line of 3, forming a line of 4 against the rail. It's Lockdown, a good-looking race. This is it's now still in front. Star Quest just the leader. Lockdown coming against the rail. It's Star Quest, and Lockdown begins to fight it out, and Lockdown now points from Star Quest fighting on. Star Quest, Lockdown. They're glued together. Star Quest, Lockdown. Star Quest just traveling the better from Lockdown. Star Quest begins to go off, and Kevin Foster and Jason Acosta double. Then comes Lockdown in third. That's Good Conscience, and maybe Prince Roy in fourth.
Six furlongs. Thereof immediately Time Bomb came off slow with Prince Daniel and Jet Ski Girl. Warrior Stomp flashes through and grabs an early lead. Being chased up there by Big Pop, Secret Mission on the outside, and now Kellan goes flashing by, and Kellan gets it. A Big Pop on the outside. Warrior Stomp right there in third, these 3 in a tight clump. A break of 2 lengths back to Secret Mission racing in 4th spot. Undeclared War on the outside. Prince Daniel races up next. Planner is hidden in between horses as they charge down the far side and make their way toward the 3. Lil Maggie races at the back end of that bunch, separated by maybe 7 or 8 lengths. Never is further back. Then Town Star, Time Bomb making some ground, and Jet Ski Girl is last as they've left the 5/16th and come thundering into the top of the lane. Kellan out in front, clinging on to that rail run. Prince Daniel now right against it. In behind them, that's Planner, Warrior Stomp, and Secret Mission now asked to explode on the outside, but Kellan is in full flight and will arrive at the furlong pole with a good-looking lead. Prince Daniel in hot pursuit. Planner is in the center, making late progress. That's Secret Mission, but Kellan seems to be gone. Inside the final 16th, it is Kellan and the red-hot Tajay Sekou. Tajay Sekou and Kellan win by almost double digits. Planner is second, Prince Daniel third, Never fourth. Secret Mission is fifth.
Off and racing. The Real Identity steps a bit slow, racing at the back of the field. As Strike Smart wants that lead right on the inside. That's Nakamura. In between horses, Natural Dancer. Natural Dancer now goes on for that lead. Hail the Queen rushing down on the outside, goes down into second. Nakamura right there into third. Then followed by Strike Smart. Behind those, that's Design Diva. Then comes up Wayne's Princess. Right against the rail, that's Great Wayne now overtaken by the Real Identity, recovering after that break. Then comes Unruly Don. First offense, Mr. Senator, and tailing off at the back of the field, that's Papa Gray. They head toward the 3 and tear away on that lead. Natural Dancer kicks away by 4 lengths, chased all the while by Hail the Queen. Trying to come on the inside, that's Nakamura. Also coming on, that's Design Diva. They're at the top of the lane. And it is Natural Dancer keeping them at bay. Coming on the inside, Nakamura coming intently. Natural Dancer trying to hold on from Nakamura. Here comes Wayne's Princess finishing best of all, and Great Wayne. It's still Nakamura now hits the front. Wayne's Princess, Great Wayne trying to weave apart between horses. It had to be switched, and now it is Wayne's Princess still in front. Nakamura hanging up. It's Wayne's Princess. Wayne's Princess begins to go on. Wayne's Princess beats Great Wayne, and Nakamura back in third. Mr. Senator runs on to be fourth. Natural Dancer faded into fifth.
They're up. They all came out in a tight grouping. California Crown on the outside. Mighty Gully now showing some good speed. Dothraki is rushing up to take them on. Rainsville left back in fourth. Desert of Malibu on the outside now beginning to make ground along with Don Quezzy. They're all with a chance as they leave the half mile. Maybe 6 or 7 lengths separates the entire field, and the pacemaker is a California Crown by some 2.5 lengths. Dothraki stablemate now asked to get closer with Mighty Gully. Desert of Malibu in a striking position. Show to Don Quezzy and Rainsville hugging the rail run as they leave the 5/16th. They're about to come into the top of the lane, and is out in front. California Crown attempting to go all the way. Stablemate Dothraki now shaken up for more. They race inside now the final 3/16th, and out in front it is California Crown. Dothraki now breathing down the neck of the leader. Rainsville and Don Quezzy coming with a flourish down against the rail, but they're inside the final 16th, and Dothraki now points, and Dothraki takes the lead. Dothraki will win it. Rainsville storming through to get second over California Crown fading. Don Quezzy is back in fourth. They're off for the Oaks. Dreamcatcher gets a good start with Minnehaha. Gulfstream Cat races over on the rail. TaylorMade now beginning to tug, and TaylorMade is the one coming through to dispute that lead as they bunch up in front of us for the first time. Dreamcatcher is positioned right against the rail. TaylorMade is out wide now and moving through to get that lead. Minnehaha in between horses, giving thanks out 3 wide. Gulfstream Cat paces them and races on the rail. Another Wow is racing up next. Toward the outside, Sky's the Limit, overtaking Lexi Lou, and Tia Maria racing at the back. The Oaksfield make their way passing the 7. It's a bunch up front, 3 of them tightly grouped up. TaylorMade on the outside by the flare of a nostril. Minnehaha is right there. Dreamcatcher watching them closely as they take to the backstretch and make their way toward the 6. Giving Thanks is making ground on the outside, running a 4th. In behind those, that's Gulfstream Cat. A break of some 2 to another Wow. Another 2 to Tia Maria. Then the pair of Lexi Lou and Sky's the Limit sharing last. They're arriving at the 5, and still the war up front continues. A Minnehaha and a TaylorMade battling for it. Toward the outside, asked to make some ground. That is a Dreamcatcher, the one right against the rail, as they make their way swinging past the half-mile marker. Giving Thanks is right in a handy position, right alongside Dreamcatcher. Gulfstream Cat races in behind them. Then Tia Maria, another wow, looks to have had enough. Lexi Lou is further back, and Sky's the Limit maintains last. They've left the 3/8 in the Oaks and make their way toward the top of the lane. Minnehaha and a Dreamcatcher now produced, and Dreamcatcher snatches the lead and will come into the lane with a good-looking advantage. Minnehaha left back in second. On the rail, that's Gulfstream Cat. Toward the outside, Giving Thanks, trying to make late progress, but it is a Dreamcatcher. She's away from them and running toward the final furlong. A Dreamcatcher powering away from this field. It looks as if she will take the Oaks. Giving Thanks is chasing, but further back, Minnehaha looking for a minor share. It is a Dreamcatcher. Jason DaCosta looking for 4. Dreamcatcher with the lead, being eased down in the end, and Dreamcatcher, a cheeky winner of the Oaks. Giving Thanks is second over Gulfstream Cat, then Minnehaha and Tia Maria.
Often racing, Oil Machine misses it and races at the back of the field. She's That Girl wants to lead, and She's That Girl goes on from racing back there in second. That's another one. Miss Moneypenny has speed and is flashing it as well. Teflon Don now caught and overtaken by Commander Z. Just behind them, that's Zulu Warrior. Beside Zulu Warrior, that is Rico also in the mix there too. That's Gallant Groom as they go towards the coming into the top of the lane, and it is She's That Girl blazing the trail, gone about her business, about 4 or 5 lengths in front. Another one trying to come down on the rail. It's She's That Girl in front. Another one getting serious right there too, Miss Moneypenny, and coming on the inside, that Gallant Groom, and now another one strike the front from She's That Girl. Gallant Groom is coming home gallantly, but another one begins to go away. Gallant Groom is storming home, but it's gonna be too late. Another one beats Gallant Groom. Then comes a She's That Girl, Miss Moneypenny, and Teflon Don back in 5th. Ready for a start. Often racing. Shanson gets a break and swerve. Moonlight Song getting away quickly along with Enthusiastic. Left back a bit, that's Aladdin. Toward the far side, that's Chasing My Dream. Hoofity is on the premises. Right under the fence, Harmony Recruit and Mashallah. So they're spread right across the track. Enthusiastic could be narrowly in front of Moonlight Song chasing right on the far side. Hoofity trying to get into it, also coming into it. That's Aladdin also there on the far side and still in with a chance. That's Chasing My Dream. They're coming inside the final furlong, and it is still Enthusiastic. Here comes Hoofity on the far side. Enthusiastic keeping on. Hoofity trying to get there, but Enthusiastic is traveling well, and Enthusiastic will hold it to the line. Enthusiastic beats Aladdin. Then comes up Moonlight Song, Hoofity, and Chasing My Dream back in 5th.
And Dreamcatcher, a cheeky winner of the Oaks, Giving Thanks, is second over Gulfstream Cat, then Minnehaha and Tia Maria. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans, as Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack under off-track betting parlors. Having a look at the program, today's first offers high five wagering, and we have a mandatory payout in the Reggae 6. The single winner bonus becoming a whopping carryover in excess of $12.2 million. Number 3, or rather 11, Shelly the Rocket, a scratch. No show for Lasix. Race 1, scratch 11, Shelly the Rocket, a no-show for Lasix. Renix Borrell asked to go to the stewards room. Trainer Renix Borrell, you are wanted in the stewards room. Race 2, the catch 9 begins there, it starts anew. Race 3 offers high five wagering, play spot 8 and quick 4. A play spot 8 single winner bonus in excess $1.2 million. Quick 4 also in excess $1.2 million. Race 4 offers high five wagering on the start of the early 5-star with a single winner bonus in excess of $2.3 million. Race 5, high five wagering. And that's where the Twilight 6 begins. Race 6 also offers high five wagering and the start of the late 5-star. Race 7, high five wagering. Strike 4 begins. Scratch number 2, Brompton Boy. Brompton Boy is lame. Race 7, scratch 2, Brompton Boy, lame. Race 8, high five wagering, and that's where the late triple begins. Scratch number 14, Queen Majesty. In the 8th event, take out 14, Queen Majesty. Race 9, the feature, the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. It offers high five wagering. Race 10, the 3rd running of the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy, an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. High five wagering offered there. Myself and Kevin, as usual, will be back with you later on when the horses are running. It's now time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane, as he will try to assist you with your selections, hence allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Stand by for Michael when ready.
A very good day to you, Thorpe Racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby. And today, it's the 106th round of the Jamaica Derby, or big feature on the card. It's also, of course, the home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbred and home, as well of the Mute Mile. We have 10 races in store for you today. And indeed, I'm joined today by George Davis himself. And we were here on Diamond Mile Day. It was, yes, the big day there, Diamond Mile Day, the last big race day. And we are here for another big race day again, the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. And that has a purse of 7.5 million. It's a field of 16, a cavalry charge. Maximum field of 16 horses will go the grueling distance of 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs. So this indeed, George, is the longest race for the year. We don't have any more Harry Jackson, so
Yes.
it's just one 12-furlong race for the year.
Yes, I know Caribbean Cup over 14 furlongs either. Michael, let me just say at the top that you were in good form on Mute Mile Day. You put a lot of cash into Punter's pocket. I took a lot of cash out, and I'm aiming to support you in making the punters feel good when they make that journey home later.
Most definitely, that's always the aim. And we have a carryover, but actually it's a mandatory payout in the Regular 6, automatically converted to a carryover, $12.2 million in the jackpot. That's all going to be paid out today, plus, of course, new money wagered.
Yes.
And we're looking forward to a very sizable net pool after wagering is complete in race #1, the Regular 6 mandatory payout. Always quite a hype here, more hype than any other exotic wager. The Catch 9 can't match up to the Regular 6, nor can the Play Sport 8, nor can any other of the exotics.
Yes.
When it's mandatory payout in the Regular 6, it's really mandatory mania. So we're going to see if we can guide our fans to some winning tickets. And we are 46 minutes to go post for our main contest. And we have a late non-starter, take out number 11, Shell the Rocket. And the reports are this one did not turn up for Lasix, so Shell the Rocket has scratched out of the first event, reducing the field to 11 runners. The first event is in honor of Buck Dancer, the first derby winner in Jamaica. That was in 1921. And this first event is a restricted allowance for nature bred 5 years and up, non-threes, and importees 5 years and up, nuns of 2. And the purse is 750,000. They go 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Early favorite in the wagering is at 3-2, and that's horse number 2, Don't Tell Lulu. You're getting 4-1 for number 5. Another Mission, 4-1 as well. Joint second favorite is number 1, the Queensbee. It's 5-1 for number 10, Sheep Dissident. 6-1 for number 7 and 8, Also Smart and the Golden Lawyer. And you drift out to 9-1 for number 4, Tornado Steel. And then further out, the first double-digit odds is at 11-1. That's number 9, Linstead Market. So, George, betting spread right across the board. 2 horses, somewhat neglected, 23-1 for number 6, Have a Joy. And longest shot on the board, 26-1 for number 3, Miss Linton. So the betting is really spread across quite a few runners.
Yeah, punters not really quite sure. My overnight selection, Michael, is selling 9-2 on the board. That's number 5, Another Mission, Tevin Foster for Oral Hayden. I took a long look at Don't Tell Lulu, and I just think that at the 6 furlongs, perhaps it was 5.5, I would have been braver and put Don't Tell Lulu in the first line of my selections, but I think this one may be weak at the finish, and Another Mission may just be stronger at the end. There's going to be a nice breeze that will be testing them when they turn for home, and I think you're going to have stomach to really get home this afternoon. Don't Tell Lulu may be running on wobbly legs in the final 200, 150 meters of this event. So I had a 5, 2, 8, and 11, and with number 11 scratched, as you said, because not turning up for Lasix, I'm going to go 5, 2, 8, and 7 in this event. Another Mission to best Don't Tell Lulu and the rest in this 6 furlong opener.
Well, George, I have the identical numbers, however, in a different order of preference. I'm going 8, 2, 5, and 7, and that's Golden Lawyer, J. Madis for field plea. This one has been at the level for some time now, has caught the pace of the group. Third for the last 3, was a runner-up. 4 starter back behind Ruby's Light, going 6.5 furlongs, 124 flat. So this one has caught the pace of the level. Number 2, Don't Tell Lulu, as you said, maybe a little bit coming up a little bit short, but the positive is about the reduction in distance, and that's from 6.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. And we're also seeing a change of equipment where the blinkers have now been removed by trainer Peter Dubussard, and that should have this one relaxing a lot better early in the contest. Shaheem Gordon chips off 3 kilos of the lot at 54 kilo weight. So this Don't Tell Lulu with the cutback in distance could be the one they'd have to try to stave off. And I'm expecting a mid-race move to be made here, George, with the blinkers now taken off.
Yes.
There's speed from the likes of Tornado Steel. We could be having speed from Also Smart. There could be speed as well from Linstead Market. So with the blinkers now removed, removed. This should enable more peripheral vision for this Don't Tell Lulu, and as such, he won't be as keen to go on with it early in the contest, and that should have Shaheem Gordon having an easier job to rate Don't Tell Lulu, maybe from second or third, and they'd make a move midway the contest. So it's an interesting buck dancer to kick off the Jamaica Derby Day. I'm taking 8257, Golden Nori over Don't Tell Lulu, Another Mission, and Also Smart. Mandatory appeal Reggae 6. It's here today on Derby Day, on Independence Day. So lots going on here in Jamaica at Caymanas Park. We have Independence Day celebration. We have Jamaica Derby Day celebration. And we also have the mandatory appeal Reggae 6. Let's now take a look at my Independence Day, Derby Day, Reggae 6 ticket. Starting off with race number 1 with the aforementioned quarter of interest of 2, 5, 7, and 8. I'm throwing in number 10, Chief Dissident as well. It's an open-looking contest. 2, Don't Tell Lulu. 5, Another Mission. 7, Also Smart. 8, Golden Lawyer. And 10, Chief Dissident. Race number 2, the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. Alongside Blush, 1959 Derby winner, the first Jamaica Derby winner at Caymanas Park. Of course, Buck Dancer is the first Derby winner in Jamaica, and the first Derby winner at Caymanas Park. Blush in 1959, of course, the first year that Caymanas Park came into being. Banking number 2, Unbelievable Power. Race number 3 is for King Arthur 2020 Derby winner with my Philip Parkment, and that was an upset win. Taking the numbers 2, 3, 5, and 7. Khaleesi, He's Sensational, My Eclipse, and Secret Sensation. Race number 4 for Calculus 2021 Jamaica Derby winner. Going 1, 2, 4, and 5. DOK, Code Red, Diva, and My Friend Mickey. Race number 5 for Atomica 2022 Jamaica Derby winner. Making it 3 and 9. Confidence is High versus Princess Chris. And race number 6, the cash-out leg of the mandatory period Reggae 6. On Derby Day, on Independence Day, and this 6th event is for Ability 2023 Jamaica Derby winner. Going 1, 4, 9, 11, and 12. Princess Akila, K-Boy, The Gifted One, Loyal Action, and Great Trick. A square price of 8,000 will get you my mandatory period Reggae 6 ticket, and that's going to be worth your wager. Going after $12.2 million in jackpot money converted to a carryover, and of course new money wagered. And right now we're at 7 million in new money wagered, and we're 41 minutes to go to post. So this is going to be quite a sizable net pool. Best of luck wagering or mandatory period Reggae 6. On to race number 2, which is the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy for Blush 1959. Winner of the Jamaica Derby, the first Derby to be run at Caymanas Park. We have a field of 6, and they got distance of 1300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. The purse is 1.1 million, and here's where the catch time kicks off. 500,000 minimum guarantee period. Last race, they had one winner of the catch time, over 637,000 in dividends there. And prior to that, 9.6 million. That was a mandatory period day for the catch time. One person walked away with 9.6 million, George, and they didn't have 9 of 9. They had 8 of 9.
Can you imagine?
Had only one combination at 8 of 9, so they walked away with the entire pool for the catch 9. Unbelievable Power has raced 8 times, George. 6 runner-up efforts.
Yeah.
Can you lose?
Due today. And I'm joining you on that, Michael, because I'm looking at the field, and I think there are the 2 horses in here who seem to be at a stage of a steady improvement relative to the others. Numbers 1 and 2, in my view. The rest of them are middling, still groping for for real form and real progression in their development. And I think numbers 2 and 1 are just a step ahead of the rest. Unbelievable Power, you say, is due today at Maiden Company, has been there or thereabouts. In non-winners of 2 Company, has been there or thereabouts. Hasn't found the winner's enclosure yet, as your good friend Dr. Paul Wright used to say back in the day about the maps to the winner's enclosure. Perhaps it is that Unbelievable Power has one of those documents, and TJ Saku will be consulting that map as he guides that one to the winner's enclosure today. I'm expecting Abudar and Romain Gordon to throw up a strong fight from the Richie Azan barn, and I'm expecting number 5, Tom Strong, from the Wakilin stable to complete the trifecta here. But I really think 2 and 1 are a little bit above the rest.
Yes, they appear to be so, George. And the equipment change for Unbelievable Power. The visor has now been fitted for the first time by trainer Adrian Prince. The figure has removed, so the figure was fitted for the first time last out, and that was going 5 straight, drawn post 1, runner-up by 3.5 lengths behind Manhattan Majestic in a minute and 2/5. So the 1 draw from the straight in a field of 12, never the place you want to be, so that was a real good run by Unbelievable Power. Tazeseku, right, so Adrian Prince and ACK Stables, they of course teamed up to win the Diamond Mile
Yes.
with
Banging
phenomenal
form.
power. Banging form, 134 and 4/5 of a second, just a fifth of a second outside the track record. And I had predicted that the track record would have been broken, but came up short by a fifth of a second. But I suspect something, some way, somehow, George, that the big horse that was expected to do the damage didn't fire any at all.
Yeah.
And given the fact that phenomenal power did 134.4, if phenomenal power was going to be beaten, it would have been
Taken a track record to do so.
a track record to do
Yeah.
so. So still smarting of that track record not being lowered, but 134.4 is close enough. But that's about phenomenal power. This is about unbelievable power. So second 6 of 8 outings, second and 4 consecutive outings coming into this, and this is what you describe. This is the definition of a bridesmaid. But hopefully that bridesmaid status will be shed today. I'm taking number 2. Unbelievable power in the Independence Day Stakes Trophy for Blush, 1959, first Derby winner at Caymanas Park. I'll take it number 12, Abadar, number 1, then number 4, Red 32. This one, 5th by 6.5, not too far away in that same manner to the Majestic. Unbelievable power event over the straight on last, so look for an encouraging run. And for 4th, number 5, Tom Strong. Catch 9 kicks off in race 2. Let's now take a look at my Catch 9 ticket, minimum guarantee payout, 500,000. Starting off in race 2 with a banker, so taking the bull by the horns right away. Banking number 2, unbelievable power. Race number 3, we're going 2, 3, and 5. And race 3 is for King Arthur, 2020 Derby winner. Khaleesi number 2, he's sensational number 3, and My Eclipse number 5. Race number 4 for Calculus, 2021 Derby winner, 1, 2, 4, DOK, Code Red, and Diva. Race number 5 for Atomica, 2022 Jamaica Derby winner, going 3 and 9, Confidence is High versus Princess Chris. Race number 6 for Ability, 2023 Jamaica Derby winner, we're going for 1 and 4, Princess Akila and K-Boy. Race number 7 for Crown Chaser, 2024 Jamaica Derby winner. You can scratch number 2, Brompton Boy. Race number 7, I'm taking a chance in banking number 5, Prince Aman. Race 8 for I Dream Again, last year's Jamaica Derby winner, 2025 Jamaica Derby winner. And we'll see him in action on Saturday. So this is our most recent Derby winner. And you can scratch number 14, Queen Majesty, out of race number 8. Race 8 goes 2, 3, 12 for me, Swashbuckler, Chances Are, and Mopai. And race number 9, the big feature on the card, the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby, going 10, 12, and 16. Wijamin, Stardom, and Salute the Dawn. And race number 10, the cash out leg of the Catch 9, the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy, going here 5, 7, and 10. Impressive Force, Interesting Times Ahead, and Royal Poppy. 4,860 will get you my Catch 9 ticket. 2 bankers, race 2, Unbelievable Power, race 7. Prince Aman, and we can hopefully encash a winning ticket later on. Best of luck wagering, or Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day, Catch 9. On to race number 3, which kicks off the Play Spot 8 and Quick 4, both of a minimum guarantee period of a quarter of a million. The Play Spot 8 jackpot is growing and growing and growing. It's over 1.2 million, and the Quick 4 jackpot also over 1.2 million. A field of 10 assembled to go postward, and this is for King Arthur, 2020 winner of the Jamaica Derby, and of course ridden by Philip Partridge for the Costa and Carlton Watson. So this was an upset win in the Derby, and the Derby has provided some upsets over the years,
yes.
George. How about Ability a few years ago? How about Drone Strike?
Yep.
Both trained by Patrick Lynch.
Lynch.
Patrick Lynch has strung a venue in the Derby today, so hint, hint, hint.
And then speaking of Lynch and Derby upsets, the bomber, Winston Griffiths.
The bomber, yes,
there you
indeed.
Go. For Rosie Dahl. In this contest, Michael, if I may, number 4, Black Ringo. You can throw the last run on May 29. That was too bad an effort to be true. This horse has been very progressive in his appearances on the race course. So that May 25 effort, you should rule out 6th by 34 lengths. Obviously, something went amiss. Has been off the track for 73 days and has been nicely prepared for this. Steady the preparation, not asked to catch pigeons at exercise, not that he has the wheels to do so, but really hasn't been pushed hard. Expect a capital effort from number 4, Black Ringo. My idea of the winner, though, I'm going to look for a little price here, a little value here, Michael, and I like number 1, Round the Twist, Tyrese Anderson for Alfred Brown. I think this horse is very happy right now, in very good form. The trainer cannot be more pleased with how he has conducted himself after releasing the maiden certificate on June 20 at 7.5 furlongs. Went up to non-winners of 2, didn't disgrace himself. Fourth by 2 lengths, only 2 lengths off the winner in a very, very close finish. Turns around 25 days. Tyrese Anders is still in the saddle. He's slipping a little weight, and I think round the twist at 7.5 furlongs represents very good value on paper in this event, number 1. I expect number 3, He's Sensational, and Dane Dawkins to give him a lot to worry about. Also in good form, He's Sensational is very happy at home. Black Ringo should also be in there, number 4. And what about number 2, Khaleesi, Richie Shakes for Carlton Cunningham, to give those who are playing the Superfecta a little bit, well, Superfecta and the High Five, something to cheer. For the 5th line in the High Five, maybe number 7, Secret Sensation, Ricardo Carr and Carl Anderson can get that 5th spot, but I just think Round the Twist is going to get the job done in race 3 today.
Yes, George, as you rightfully pointed out, looked well. 4th by 2 lengths. First attempt at non-zone 2 after missing the break as well. Broke slow and passed a half mile 11th by some 6 1/4 lengths there. So certainly that one has to be kept on the right side. My top selection is number 5, My Clips, 4th by 6 3/4. Last time out, going 5.5 furlongs behind Big LA, Khaleesi, and Modern Monarch. Appeared better suited to 7.5 furlongs. Also has 2 furlongs longer to work with. Shane Richardson picks up the mount for trainer Alfred Brown and owner Robert Williams. I'm taking My Clips to be thereabouts and find some way to come out on top. He's sensational. This one not very consistent, but has put together 3 good runs in the last 4 races. However, he's not reliable to put together 3 consecutive good runs. But it's Derby Day, and hopefully he can step up and break the trend of the on and off and the in and out type of performances. So he's sensational. Now has Dane Dawkins riding for Old Hayden. We're going to keep this one on the right side. And Khaleesi, number 2, has speed and pace. Richie Shakes picks up the mount, and he should, before the place throughout this contest, steps up from 5.5 furlongs and 6 furlongs. So 7.5 furlongs with the gentler pace at this distance should see Khaleesi that much more comfortable in the early going of this contest. Looks to be a type of race that you could be getting a surprise or 2. Secret Sensation, He's Sensational, both horses aptly named for the day itself. It's the King Arthur on Derby Day. I'm going 5-3-2-7. My Clips over He's Sensational, Khaleesi, and Secret Sensation. On to race number 4, it's for Calculus, 2021 winner of the Jamaica Derby, also won the St. Ledger. And of course, do you remember the story behind Calculus? Formerly trained by Anthony Nunes,
Yes.
change of barn early in the season
Yes.
to Gear Sabrati, and then won the Derby, St. Ledger. The last 2 legs of the Triple Crown. And indeed, Calculus is under the spotlight here in race number 4.
Colors that were enjoying a purple patch, the Maharaj folks, they were enjoying a purple patch, winning big races at that time.
Yes, and they definitely have continued to do so. How about Supreme Soul a couple of years ago as well? And indeed, the most recent winner of the Derby, Crown Chaser.
Crown Chaser.
Owned Shevan Maharaj, trained Anthony Nunes. So this race should mean something for Anthony Nunes. He has 3 entries. DOK number 1, Code Red number 2, and Brilliant Boy number 8.
So in this 4th race, I'm looking at more value again, Michael. You see, I try to explain to people, we're not here tipping the same thing. You are established as the resident tipster, so I have to be giving punters a different view from that which you will give. It makes no sense if we sit here tipping the same horses. It would be a waste of time, and there would be no need to pay both of us to do this job. So I'm looking for value here, Michael. Not that you don't look for value, but you look for value in your way. Here's where I'm going with this one. I'm looking at the 6 furlong contest. Maidens. And I'm looking at number 4, Diva. Diva is underexposed. There are some professional maidens here. Come here week in, week out, can't find the winner's enclosure. As an unexposed sort, blinkers off, figure 8 off. They're trying to get this horse to relax, to concentrate, and they've eased off the equipment because, as you've said in the past, Michael, when we've worked, sometimes the equipment is almost as if it confuses the horses. So Diva is without those things. Patrick Lynch never goes a big day without making some noise. This horse last raced 89 days ago. There are not many trainers who can bring a horse to the wicked cherry ripe after such a long layoff, no matter how much potential and talent the horse has. Patrick Lynch certainly can. And when you look at this horse's 3 races to date, it's a tale of progression. Beaten 16 lengths on debut. Beaten 8 1/4 lengths the second time out. Beaten only a length the third time out. Injured the last time she was to have made an appearance at the races. Only 115 pounds. Tajay Suku is hot, brimming with confidence. I think Diva, with her unexposed self, we don't quite know how good she is. We don't know where her potential is. We know that much of these aren't anything special. I'm going to change my chances with number 4, Diva. Number 1 is also set to make some noise. DOK, Shane Richardson for Baba Nunes. So too number 2, Code with another Baba Nunes horse ridden by Eric Horton. This one is. And then number 5, my friend Mickey Jaheim Anderson and Gear Griffiths to also come with a shout to make the throat horse. 4125 for me in race 4. I like Diva, Michael. I always like Divas, always will.
Well, George, we have the identical numbers once again. However, my order preference is 2, 4, 1, and 5, and that's Code Red. I run up last time out behind Stablemate Walk the Plank, and that was in 1:13 and a fifth of a second. And in turn, Code Red does 5.5 lengths clear of the second runner-up. And I always like to see when horses are finishing second, they are far ahead of the others. So next time around, chances are they'll be ahead of the others once again. So from that angle, I've taken Code Red as my top selection out of the Anthony Nunes trio here. DOK, most important to note, ran among non-winners of 2 in his last 2 assignments and was second by just 3/4 length behind Wagwan. However, the distance though was 9.5 furlongs. The distance today is 6 furlongs. 2 starter back also at nuns of 2, fought by 21 lengths to Tia Maria Minnehaha and Gulfstream Cat. Gulfstream Cat ran a big race in the Oaks. So those 2 efforts by DOK are quite encouraging now coming back among maidens. Shane Richardson rides for Anthony Nunes. And the other Anthony Nunes runner is number 8, Brilliant Boy. Own Shervin Maharaj. We just spoke about Shervin Maharaj a while ago, the owner of Calculus, who was the winner of the Derby and St. Ledger that year. Of course, Shervin Maharaj also owned Supreme Soul, Triple Crown winner, and also owned Crown Chaser, who won the Derby a couple seasons ago. So, Brilliant Boy here. There's a lot of sentiment that is attached to this race. And 6-time champ Omar Walker rides for Anthony Nunes. So, we may want to have a little look at Brilliant Boy, though having not raced anyway seriously for the last 4 or 5 outings. But he had good expectations coming to the races. 2-1 on debut, 85 second time out. So things apparently didn't go as planned for the first 2 outings. Has had setbacks along the way. But look for this one to possibly run his best race hit. And Diva, runner-up behind Nebraska. Clearly she has potential. And Tajiseku, as you said, George, riding quite well now. 2, 1, 4, 5 for me in the 4th. And this is for Calculus, 2021 Derby winner. Code Red over Diva, DOK, and the experienced filly, my friend Mickey, number 5. On to race number 5, which starts off for Twilight 6, minimum guarantee payout 3.5 million, and we have a field of 11. And this is for Atomica 2022 Jamaica Derby winner. And George, this is one of the most memorable Derby winners that I really take pride in terms of selection.
Yes.
Now, she was beaten by Blue Vinyl in the St. Ledger. And I said, no, she had problems. She was bounced around coming out of the gate, going into the clubhouse third. She had a horrific first 2 to 3 furlongs of the event. She ran a brave race, went down, finished second behind Blue Vinyl. And I watched the replay and I told everyone that had ears to listen. When it's come to Derby Day, Atomica is going to turn the tables on Blue Vinyl. And I was ridiculed. I was almost attacked.
For the tipster's license was almost revoked.
Yes, in the weeks leading up to the Derby. And I had to be taking cover, left, right, and center. And when post time came, I breathed a sigh of relief. I said, well, it's finally here now. This is the moment now. And then, when the starting gates opened, as I expected, Atomica turned the tables on Blue Vinyl. So I really take a lot of pride in that selection for Derby. So Atomica, race number 5. Kicks off the Twilight 6. How do you see this one?
All right. So in this race, I'm looking at a clutch of horses. Let me look at number 9, Princess Chris first. I think Princess Chris is going to run well here. Didn't really close up much because in the final 2 furlongs of her last contest on July 11, 4th by 3.5, second by 4, second by 3.5 at finish, running on the spot that day with 119 pounds. Will come in a little bit lighter than the 120 that Tyrese Anderson is declared to ride with. The Alfred Brown has placed the figure 8 on. I think Princess Chris, who is fit right now, will take a lot of beating in this here, the 5th race. Number 10, last possession. I expect to run a good race. Tajiseku for Anthony Disco. Beaten out of sight the last time out. It was a mile, beaten 21 lengths into 3rd. But there's everything to suggest that this filly is finally coming to hand after what appears to be problems which have caused her to not deliver on the early promise that she showed. The connections, I'm certain, will feel that this horse owes them some money based on how she has run so far. Number 3 is where I think the winner, the 3 gate rather, is where I think the winner will come from. Number 3, Confidence is High. A winner on debut by 5 lengths at 5 furlongs straight. I didn't watch the time really there, a minute and 4/5. Came back over 5 furlongs round 21 days later, produced the same time over the round course, 126 pounds on debut, 118 pounds the last time, runs with 121 pounds today. Now, Peter John Prasad is red hot. 31% of his horses win, the other 64% finish in the money. So 64% finish in the money. So only a 5 percentage point chance that a Peter John Prasad horse will not hit the board. The man is red hot. I think confidence is high, is better than these, Michael. And I'm going to go 3, 9, 10, 2. 3, 9, 10, 2. I need one more for my high five. Perhaps number 1, easy money. 3, 9, 10, 2, 1. For the high five for race number 5 in this Atomica, I think number 3 is better than these. And let's hope I'm right.
Yes, confidence is high. Certainly has a lot of scope to improve. This imported gelding, he is only raced twice, so a lot more scope to improve than all the other runners here. And certainly he could very well get the job done. I'm going for number 9, Princess Chris, runner-up on our seasonal debut on the 11th of July. So I had a belated seasonal debut there. And she prior to that raced in December on Mute Mal Day, where she was 6 behind Fred the Master, Linguist, and Nuclear Jet. So beat by some fairly classy horses there. And her seasonal debut was a runner-up effort behind 430, going 7 furlongs in 128 flat. I'm expecting her to step forward in that effort. And Tyrese Anderson, he picks up the amount, chipping off 3 kilos of the allotted 54.5 kilo weight. So that should see Princess Chris getting some 3.5 kilos from Confidence is High. Mr. Lee, number 4, Robert Haldane rides to Lee Clark OD. This one also quite capable on his best day and was beaten behind 430 and Princess Chris last time. Also has some run to do to turn the tables on Princess Chris, but should acquit himself fairly well here. And number 8 is a Joyful Surprise. This one has pace and speed. Second by 15 that's last time out behind Brompton Boy. Look for this one to be before the place now. Has Jaheim Addison for the 5th consecutive occasion, so he's sticking to this one as if glued. Going 9, 3, 4, 8 in the Atomica on Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day, the kickoff of the Twilight 6. Princess Chris over Confidence is High, Mr. Lee, and Joyful Surprise. Let's now take a look at my Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day, Twilight 6 ticket. Starting off at race number 5 with 3 and 9. Confidence is High versus Princess Chris. That's 3 and 9. Race number 6 for Ability 2023 Derby winner. 1, 4, 9, 11, and 12. Princess Aquila, K-Boy, The Gifted One, Loyal Action, and a Great Trick. Race number 7 for Crown T-shirt 2024 Derby winner. Banker number 5, Prince Aman. Race number 8 for I Dream Again 2025 Derby winner, going 2, 3, and 12. Swashbuckler, Chances Are, and Mopai. And once again, kindly note that in race 7, number 2, Brompton Boy is a scratch. And in race number 8, number 14, Queen Majesty is a scratch. Race number 9, the 106 running of the Jamaica Derby on the Twilight 6 side of things, going wide on this leg, hoping for a surprise or 2. 1, 5, 8, 10, 12, 16, Senor Biscotti, London Spirit, Dreamcatcher, Wijamin, Stardom, and Salute the Don. And race number 10, the 3rd order of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy, 1, 5, 7, and 10, Mojito, Impressive Force, Interesting Times Ahead, and Royal Poppy. 7,200 will secure my Twilight 6 ticket, minimum guarantee fee of 3.5 million. That appears to be a live Twilight 6 ticket. Reggae 6 pool now at 10 million and climbing. Remember, it's mandatory payout in the Reggae 6, $12.2 million in jackpot money, all to be paid out, plus, of course, the new money wagered. And that's at 10 million right now. On to race number 6. This is a cash-out leg of the Reggae 6. Here's what you want to get with 5 of 5, George, and look at the live ticket count and look at the net pool.
Yes.
And you look on the board and you see 32 million. And you look at it and you say, one live ticket. And you look at your ticket and you say, wait, it's my ticket, you know?
I am the one.
So here's what you want to get with 5 of 5 and be at the edge of your seat waiting to cash out. How do you see the ability?
So this race over 5.5 furlongs, I've looked at it several ways, and I believe that the winning combinations, Michael, 1, 9, 2, 4, 1, 9, 2, 4, perhaps even 3 for the high 5. But number 1, Princess Aquila, in a race short on real, genuine quality. I think this horse has been consistent enough to suggest that today, in this optional claiming contest, she can get the job done. Number 9, The Gifted One, is a professional runner-up, a professional bridesmaid. 58 races, only 2 wins in those 58 races. This horse does not like winning races and should pose a strong opponent to the winner. But I just think number 1 is good enough to get the job done today. I'm looking 1924. Did I say 5? 19245. Yeah, well, 19243. 19243. Minute the walk comes into the 5th line for my high 5. So it's 1, Princess Akila. 9, the gifted one. 2, Stein. Then number 4, and that's K-Boy, and Minute the walk for the high 5. I mean, though, we used to say back in the day, Michael, we need to get a black scandal bag, put the horse names in it, and shake and pick. You could shake and pick one here.
Yes, definitely, George. This looks to be a grab bag. And I've agreed with you with number 1, Princess Akila. She just appears to be that much better than these. It's for the not earned 220,000 since the 7th of April. So this is for those 350 horses who have been competing and not really earning their keep. So Princess Akila, John Post 1, she has speed. She should be able to clear off and lead. And I'm taking her to make all the running here. For second, make it number 4, K-Ball. He'll be coming from well off the pace. For third, make it number 11, Loyal Action. And for fourth, number 12, Great Trick. 1, 4, 11, 12 in what appears to be a grab bag. On to race number 7, which is for Crown Chaser 2024. Jamaica Derby winner, trained by Anthony Nunes' own Chevron Maharaj, ridden Shane Ellis. And indeed, this Crown Chaser, coincidentally, is in my barn right now, Joyce. I claim this one. I've had 2 starts with Crown Chaser, and he finished 4th on the first attempt. He was beaten behind Sonny and Chippy. And the last time he hooked reverse and finished nearer to the rear than to be in 4th. So I take pride in having a Derby in my barn.
Of course. Not many traders can say they've traded a Derby. Okay?
well, clearly, he definitely is a class horse. He won a Derby on his 2nd visit to the Wednesday closure. One on debut, he ran 2nd in the St. Ledger, and then he won the Derby on his 2nd victory. So I'm working on him, see if I can pull out a winner or 2.
Mute mile later this year.
How do you see the Crown Chaser?
All right, so in this one, Michael, I'm looking at the form. I'm looking at the form and I'm looking at the preparations. And I'm impressed by the 8 horse, Goodbye Firefly, I must say. 123 pounds in this contest may put off some sage observers, but I just think this horse has tons of ability, has 5 wins from his 10 starts to date. I still don't think we've seen the best of him. Obviously has leg problems, Goodbye Firefly. You can tell from when you see a horse being the pattern of hack and trot being the exercise regime for a horse, you know that all is not quite well. There are faulty pins, but you have to analyze horses based on the fact that everybody's coming to the races fit enough to do themselves justice. And if he comes fit enough to do himself justice today, I think Goodbye Firefly will be telling these tata in race 7. Number 5 looks good for a place here, Prince Aman. I heard you speak about him earlier. He looks the main threat to Goodbye Firefly in my book. Number 1 is also a strong horse on paper, Ballistic Missile, who won on the last occasion. 4 wins now from 17 starts. This horse has always been thereabouts. Just a couple bad runs in his career here to date. I expect the improvement and the progression should continue for Greg Fennell. Number 1, Ballistic Missile. And then number 7 gets into the mix as well for me, Emperor of the Cats. Now, if this horse were fit, it would have been a different selection, but you really don't know Emperor of the Cats. Has been away from the track for 54 days, was sick the last time. He should have run on June 20, and then it's that combination of hack and trot once again, which suggests that there are leg problems there that the trainer Michael Spencer is trying to conquer. So you take Emperor of the Cats on trust. You're not going to take it with my money, but if he runs to his ability, he could beat these and beat these with something to spare. That being said, 8-5-1-7 for me, Michael, in race number 7.
I'm going 5, 8, 1, and 10. So we agree on 3 or 4 selections here. And number 5, Prince Aman, claimed on the 9th of May for 1.5 million. Sat out the 60-day condition to be able to run with the waiver claim option. And that's, of course, after you have claimed for 60 or more days and haven't started, when you come back at the same level, you can run without a tag. So you have 2 chances to win with the horse. And, of course, the idea is to win first without the tag and then come back on the tag and win again. So the idea is also to take the double. Tyree Sanders rides for Adrian Prince and Owen's races of Owen's Stack Room fame. And this Prince Aman is where I'm going to go. The Goodbye Firefly has strong claims as well. And what I found interesting, though, the last time this one raced on a tag for the first time and was not claimed. So persons were skeptic about this one and went back home and is back here for the same connections. So still just trotting and hacking and looks to be better than the average 1.5 million claimer. Tajisa Cool rides really well. And Goodbye Firefly. This should be a 2-horse race. Emperor of the Cats, as you said, has back class, and if sound enough, can give them a run for their money as well. And Dream to Reality from the outside has speed and pace as well. It's a crown chaser, 2024 Jamaica Derby winner. I'm going 5, 8, 1, and 10. Prince Man over Goodbye Firefly, Ballistic Missile, and Dream to Reality. The 8th event is next. It's for I Dream Again, 2025 Jamaica Derby winner. We have a field of 14 declared. Scratch number 14, Queen Majesty. We're down to 13 runners. They go 800 meters straight or 4 furlongs straight. The purse here is $1,050,000, and this is a maiden special event for native bred thrills.
Yeah, you know, horse racing and assumptions, they go well together sometimes. Sometimes they don't. And horse racing, you can't apply life logic to horse racing, or you'll be a very poor man or very poor woman. But looking at this field, I'm saying, okay, chances are, why would chances are not be a good bet in this event? These are 3-year-olds who barely have a portfolio of races to assess, and this is we're solidly in the second half of the year. So obviously all of these have problems, bar none. And so chances are, number 3 for Demar Williams, 117 pounds, fourth by 2 lengths. Keep saying 4 by second. Fourth by 2 lengths over 4 straight on debut 102 days ago. A fit horse doesn't take so long between races. But when you look at the exercise reports, since that April 28 run, has been doing some work, solid work at exercise. The 3 furlong gallops, the 8 furlong canter, 4 furlong gallop, a 9 furlong gallop. So he's been stepped up. Owen Sharp turning up the wick little by little each morning that this filly comes to exercise. And I just think that today is her day. Chances are, provided that her legs hold out or whatever problem it is. Could be a wind issue. In the UK, they give them a lot of wind operations to help their breathing. That could be an issue as well. We don't know that level of detail here, but all is not right with none of these, and chances are is not accepted. I'm looking at 3, Michael. 2, Swashbuckler, Peter John Prasad, Red Hot, Ryan Lewis rides well for that stable. I'm expecting that one to have a puncher's chance in this event. So too the 12 horse, or the horse coming from the 12 hole, Mopai. Then number 6 and number 5 should also be in the consideration. Civic Illusion and Maybell. Was Maybell an earlier scratch? Maybell stands, not declared a late on starter. So Maybell stands. So 6 and 5 in there for the high 5. So Michael, the numbers from my perspective: 3, 2, 12, 6 and 5.
I'm going 12, 2, 3, and 5, George. So we have 4 of the 5 there in common. That's, of course, for the high 5. Number 12 gets a vote for me, and that's Mopai. Third last time out to Wagwan and Imagineer. Wagwan stepped up to win again. Mopai was third behind the Dreamcatcher, going 5 furlongs straight, and that was in January. And that was in the 8:30 sprint, if my memory serves me right, and was third behind Bigger Boss and London Spirit. We see Bigger Boss and London Spirit in action in the Derby. So Mopai running among maidens at this stage. He was second by shorted on debut to Darwin, his stablemate. He was second by head to Victorious Lynx, going 5.5 furlongs. So Mopai really shouldn't be running among maidens. This one should have won a long time ago. So clearly that setback since. They had a big break between January and July, and chased the speed, Wagwan at the quarter pole, second by 5.5, second by 9 at the furlong pole. So fitter now and gets lesser to compete with, and I'm taking Mopai number 12. To get better of number 2, Swashbuckler was second on debut, going 4 straight, rather 5 straight behind Awesome Star. For third, make it number 3. Chances are 4 by 2 lengths on debut to Wall, Nebraska, and Super David. Nebraska came back to win. Super David also came back to win, and one of the TV2. So chances are, clearly has to be respected as well. For fourth, make it number 5, Maybell, experienced filly, 9 stars, 2 seconds, and 4 thirds. So she should be one of those key horses for all your exotics. 12, 2, 3, 5 for me in race number 8. On to race 9, the one we have been waiting for. The 106th running of the Jamaica Derby, a Grade 1 event, native bred, futurity contest for 3-year-olds, and the purse is 7.5 billion. We have a maximum field of 16. And it's been a while since we've had a maximum field for the Derby. They go the grueling distance of 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs. And my, has been a great build-up coming into the Derby. We're going to take a look at a few replays. We're going to start off firstly with the Portmore, which is for fillies, going 7.5 furlongs, the final major prep before the season's first classic, which was the 1,000 guineas. We're going to be having a look at the Kingston, which is the final major prep for the Colts and Geldings, going into the 2,000 guineas. And we'll also be having a look as well at the 1,000 guineas, as well as the 2,000 guineas, followed by a look at the St. Ledger and the final classic, of course, not a part of the Triple Crown, George, but Oaks is a classic event,
yes, it is.
and which is run on Saturday, the 1st of August. So that's going to be the sequence of our replay races. We'll take a look at the Portmore, followed by the Kingston, followed by the 1,000 guineas, followed by the 2,000 guineas, then the Ledger, and the Jamaica Oaks.
Often racing in the Portmore. Coming away sharply, that's Pippa. On the far side, Lexilu. Also coming into it now, that's Victoria's Link. So Victoria's Link, take them down the backstretch and head toward the 6. Ooh, somebody has fell. Rider from Victoria's Link has been dislodged. So that one is out of the race. As Pippa goes on to lead from TaylorMade right there in the second. Lexilu watches them from third. Dreamcatcher is right against the inside, just on the outside of Dreamcatcher, and going down, that's one Ianza Links. Just behind them, that's Sky's the Limit. Then comes Alia's Will. Just behind Alia's Will, Passion and Beyond, and racing at the back of the field, another Wow. Making the way toward the 3 furlong point in the Portmore, and on that lead, Pippa, tackled on the outside by TaylorMade, and now TaylorMade now joins and goes on. TaylorMade in front of Pippa. Lexilu watches them intently from third, trying to come on against the rail. That's Dreamcatcher. They're coming at the top of the lane. TaylorMade trying to tell this real ta-ta, but still there. Pippa coming out wide. Lexilu and looking dangerous. Also coming down out into it. That's Dreamcatcher, sprouting wings. Lexilu is there right there too, but on the inside it's TaylorMade, and now Dreamcatcher snatches the lead and begins to go off. Dreamcatcher pulling away from them in the Portmore. A half a furlong to go, and it's all over. Dreamcatcher and Terrific Tevin Foster winning the Portmore in style. Dreamcatcher maybe by 7. Got tied for second. Either TaylorMade, Lexilu. Also tied for fourth. Passion and Beyond, and Sky's the Limit.
So an impressive win there by Dreamcatcher in the Portmore, 134.347.5 furlong by 7 lengths over TaylorMade and Lexilu. And that was on the 10th of May. And really an impressive run there by Dreamcatcher. How about that performance, George?
2.5 furlongs out, the button was pressed and she exploded. All the jockey needed to do was find racing room. And once she was in the clear, she accelerated impressively. And she showed very good traits before that race, including that race. And she's only gotten better since then, Michael, to be fair.
We now take a look at the Kingston, which is also over 7.5 furlongs, this time around for the Colts and Geldings. Their final prep going into the 2,000 guineas.
Now they're off and racing. Not a bad line. Out wide, that Salute the Don wants that lead and is prompting the pace coming past D7. So it's Salute the Don. Right there too, that's God's Plan in the mix as well. That's We Jammin'. Just behind them, that's Bigger Boss. Then comes Senor Biscotti as they go past the 6. Stardom comes next. Just on the outside of Stardom, that is the Maestro. Just behind them, that's Dash All Day. Coming up on the inside, Fernando, and racing at the back of the field, that's London Spirit. They head toward the 4, and on that lead, Salute the Don, trying to dictate terms, about 3 or 4 lengths in front of, racing down into second, that's Salute the Don, which Jamin tracks them and now begins to make a forward move on the outside. Also trying to come on that Stardom, but it's still on that lead. It's Salute the Don in front. Here comes We Jamming on the outside, right there too. In the mixed, that's God's Plan still there. They're coming at the top of the lane. Salute the Don still in front. God's Plan also in it, just out wide and coming on. That's We Jamming, but it's Salute the Don still in front, turning their bat at the furlong pole. Salute the Don also coming on. That's God's Plan. Salute the Don still in front of God's Plan. Also coming down into it, that Stardom. It's Salute the Don still turning them back, coming with a half a furlong to go. Here comes Stardom up the inside rail, and Stardom, Salute the Don. Stardom, Salute the Don. Stardom now goes on to win the Kingston from Salute the Don. Then comes God's Plan. Senor Biscotti, and back in 5th. That's Fernando.
So Stardom runs on to win at odds of 13-1, upset the apple cart there in the Kingston, getting the better of Salute the Don and God's Plan. And important to note, George, the big favorite, We Jammin', was in that race.
Flat in that race, found nothing over the final furlong and a half. And the thing is that was from that race we started to say, Salute the Don does not relish a distance of ground, because was weak in the finish at 7.5 furlongs, suggesting that much further would not be to his liking, while Stardom, the manner of the finish did suggest that he could get further and get further comfortably. And so we use these races to gauge what the horses would be able to produce in a race such as the Derby over 1.5 miles.
And definitely going into the next big assignment was the 1 mile contest for the 1,000 and 2,000. So we're going to have a look at those, our first classics of this season, the first leg of the Jamaican Triple Crown, the 1,000 guineas and the 2,000 guineas.
Field in line for the 1,000 guineas and sent on their way. Pippa gets a good start. Social Storm is rushing up for that lead. Pippa in between horses. Sky's the limit, showing speed on the rail. Charming Chatterbox settled just in behind them with Lexi Lou moving fluently. Tailor Made is also close up as they make their way down the back stretch and head toward the final 6. Sky's the limit leading up from Social Storm. On the rail, that's Alexi Lou. Victorious links out wide. Tailor Made tucked just in between horses. Charming Chatterbox is next, possibly 7 lengths off that lead. Giving thanks a further 3 lengths back, joined by the rail running Awesome Kitty. A Dreamcatcher, the favourite, racing a long way off it. Alios Will and Pippa are there. Minnie Haha is also asked to make some ground from a horrible position at the moment as they leave the half-mile marker. Another one, Gulfstream Cat, race up next as they charge away now toward the final 3. Toward the back, that's a Timaria on the outside. On Ostoa, they share last. They've left the 3. They make their way toward the top of the lane, and Sky's the limit shows thus that leader. Social Storm pressing on the outside. These two now matching body blows as they come into the lane. Sky's the limit down against the rail. Here comes Tailor Made now, the grey, asked to kick in between horses and racing out wide. It is Giving Thanks, but they race now toward the final furlong in the 1,000 guineas. Tailor Made just the leader. Here is Dreamcatcher appearing, and Dreamcatcher on the outside now snatches the lead from Tailor Made. It is the favourite Dreamcatcher beginning to pull away inside the final 16th. Dreamcatcher and terrific Tevin Foster, he'll have his second win, and it's the 1,000 guineas. They take it from Tailor Made and Giving Thanks in the photo. Then Alias Will and Minnie Haha.
So Dreamcatcher wins are going away from rivals there, 141 and 250 per second. The similar fashion of drawing off inside the final furlong that she did in the Port Boar. So she really stomped her class on all the fillies going into the 1,000 guineas and delivered the goods as expected.
Yeah, but one of the things I was saying after watching that event, Michael, was I didn't really appreciate how Tevin at the time, in that race and in other races, appeared to give her too much to do. You know she has this electric burst of pace. You know that she has this devastating turn of foot. So it's almost like you take it for granted. Jockeyship is about giving your horse the fewest obstacles. It's about taking the horse from the starting gate to the finish in a straight line with as few encumbrances as possible. I don't like to see my horses weaving through traffic when they don't have to. Your first job as a rider, and it's not a direct criticism of Tevin. Yeah, he's an outstanding young rider, and the sky's the limit. What I'm saying, it is about picking the right path for your mount and then taking that horse forward with as few wobbles and deviations as possible. And I feared that that would have caught up with her, and it would do in a later race.
Well, George, in a 16-horse field, one would love to have a clear path.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
yes.
saying. But that's why you have a jockey, because I'm saying, yes, in a crowded field, you are
yes.
going to need to be weaving around tired
Right.
horses. There's no doubt about that. But
Yes.
it is where you position so that you have as few of those wild deviations to make. That's the point I'm making.
Wonderful. All right, we're going to have a look at the 2,000 guineas now. We just saw the 1,000 guineas, 141 to the final time by Dreamcatcher. Let's see how the boys did.
In line for the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 guineas, and they're off. Strong Avenu gets off slowly. Rockhampton also racing toward the back along with Mohan Lal. Salute the Don didn't get away that quickly, but now begins to rush at them as Eye of the Tiger wants that lead under Robert Halidine, and they run toward the 6. Eye of the Tiger in a tight bunch. Super David and Fernando is there along with Bigger Boss. God's Plan racing down toward the outside. Salute the Don. Strong Avenue has made amends for the poor start. Rockhampton is there. God's Plan fades back a bit. Senor Biscotti and Stardom race as a team along with Mohan Lal as they charge down the back stretch and make their way toward the half mile in the 2,000 guineas. Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue fighting for it as they slip past the half mile. Salute the Don watches them just 4 lengths off that lead. 2 back to Fernando. God's Plan has made progress on the rail. That is Rockhampton. Bigger Boss and Stardom now joining that bunch of horses. Mohan Lal and Senor Biscotti race next, and Super David left at the back of the field 5/16 to run. They're about to come into the lane. Eye of the Tiger determined. Strong Avino on the outside continues now to tackle Eye of the Tiger. They're down the stretch toward the furlong pole, and Strong Avino now points the nose. Eye of the Tiger fighting on. Here is Salute the Don on the outside. Strong Avino, Eye of the Tiger on the far side. Salute the Don nearest to a Strong Avino. And Salute the Don, that's where the race is. Stardom now begins to sprout wings. They drive toward the line. Salute the Don, Strong Avenue, and Stardom flying late, but Salute the Don will win the 2,000 guineas over Stardom. Strong Avenue, Mohan Lal, Eye of the Tiger is fifth.
So Salute Don runs on quite strongly there, and as opposed to his performance in the Kingston where he led and shortened the deep stretch, this time around George was drawn post one. He stumbled coming out of the starting gate, and he was checked near the midway point of the contest, and he then took a path towards center goals and ran on. So a different dimension in running displayed there by Salute Don, which dispels the notion that he may not stay, because that's clearly a lot of stamina right there.
Well, a half a furlong more, and he's strong at the finish. And you're right, the obstacles that he had to overcome in this mile contest make a lie of the conclusions that you would have reasonably drawn in his previous race over 7.5 furlongs. But it just goes to show how important jockeyship is and how judicious you are in using your horse early. The race can't be won over the first 3.5 furlongs, but the race can be lost over the final 2 furlongs, the final furlong. You have to ensure that you have as much horse as possible to come home. And notwithstanding what happened to him in the running of that contest, at that mile, in that mile contest, Salute the Don was still fresh late and was able to show his best form, his best running, and it got him there in the end.
And that was a big ride by rather sneaky Box Roman.
For sure.
Now, George, after the 1,000 guineas, 141.2 for the mile, the 2,000 guineas, 139.3 for the mile, that's a 1 4/5 of a second differential between the two times. Now the filly, based on the handicapping principle, would be 9 lengths in arrears. That's a second and 4/5. A fifth of a second is equivalent to a length. So she was the lone filly in the St. Ledger, a 13-horse field, 12 colts, 1 filly, and Dreamcatcher was up against it in the St. Ledger.
For the St. Ledger, Dreamcatcher starts off well on the far side. So Lucky Am I, right between horses. Salute the Don is running freely in the early exchanges with Jamin pulling alongside him. Dreamcatcher is now racing in third. Signor Biscotti is racing on the rail. A wall of horses ganging up as they make their way now into that clubhouse turn. Salute the Don makes his intentions known on that lead with Jamin moving on now to take him on. Dreamcatcher is racing up next. So Lucky Am I and God's Plan run in front of Signor Biscotti. Bigger Boss moving in between horses. The Maestro and Strong Avino racing behind them. Stardom is off the pace and racing with the back markers. London Spirit improving on the rail. Isle of Birdie and Mohan Lal. That brings up the field as they make their way onto the back stretch and approach the final 6 furlongs. Salute the Don rated on that lead with Jamming pressing all the while. 4 lengths back to Dreamcatcher. Senor Biscotti not yet let loose. Strong Avenue begins to inch closer. London Spirit is some 3 lengths in behind them. Stardom now has made improvement. Bigger Boss is being ridden, so Lucky Am I on the outside. God's Plan in between runners. Isle of Birdie making some progress. Mohan Lal is now overtaking, so Lucky Am I, who fades under Maestro trails the field. A half a mile to run in the Jamaica St. Ledger. It's still a wide open affair. Salute the Don, and with Jamin going at it hammer and tongs. In behind them, Signor Biscotti needs to find some 3. Another 3 to Dreamcatcher. Strong Avenue as they leave the 3 in front of Stardom. London Spirit is racing next ahead of Isle of Birdie. A gap back to Bigger Boss and Mohan Lal. God's Plan racing second from the back as they come turning into the top of the lane in the St. Ledger, and it is with Jamin now who slams into the lead. With Jamin with that lead. Salute the Don, the check engine light has come on and he begins to fade as with Jamin holds the advantage with a furlong to run. Salute the Don trying to close the gap but can't, with Jamin is running away from the St. Ledger field inside the final 16th. It's all over. It's with Jamin powering away to take it under Ray and Lewis. They win by 5 or more. Salute the Don in a photo with London Spirit. In behind those, Senor Biscotti and Dreamcatcher.
So with Jamin back in action after missing the 2,000 guineas, steps in the St. Ledger, and he puts it across the colts and geldings, the same horses that had beaten him in the Kingston. So clearly with Jamin stumped his class, and he has proven to be the best colt best of the coast and geldings. So 2:08 and 4/5 of a second by 4.5 lengths over Salute Done. And they're going to be in a rematch once again, George.
Yeah, and what you saw from that race, Ray Lewis obviously knows this horse. If you look at how he was giving him reminders in deep stretch, it wasn't the strikes towards the rear. Taps on the shoulder, just to keep him going. And although guided by the rail, he kept a true line, which suggested that he saw out the distance comfortably. No, we did have stamina questions about Salute the Dawn after that 7.5 furlongs performance in the Kingston. Then in the mile of the Guineas, we said, maybe he does stay. Well, we saw in the St. Leger that he does not genuinely get 2 turns. He drifted like a barge, as the turbo tout would say, as they hit the furlong pole because he was under pressure. Well prepared, a good horse, so he had the quality to hold his position to the finish. But he came under tremendous pressure. He does not comfortably see out 2 turns, which Jamin does, relished every inch of that St. Leger 2,000 meters contest, which suggests that we can say with Jamin is in a different place to Salute the Dawn, because he is more likely to be able to tackle successfully the additional 2 furlongs of the Derby.
Most certainly agree with that, George. And one thing's for sure, though, Salute the Dawn will be up there once again to make the pace an honest one. We'll now have a look at the Oaks, which was run on the 1st of August. That was Emancipation Day.
They're off for the Oaks. Dreamcatcher gets a good start with Minnehaha. Gulfstream Cat races over on the rail. TaylorMade now beginning to tug, and TaylorMade is the one coming through to dispute that lead as they bunch up in front of us for the first time. Dreamcatcher is positioned right against the rail. TaylorMade is out wide now and moving through to get that lead. Minnehaha in between horses, giving thanks out 3 wide. Gulfstream Cat paces them and races on the rail. Another Wow is racing up next. Toward the outside, Sky's the Limit, overtaking Lexi Lou, and Tia Maria racing at the back. The Oaksfield make their way passing the 7. It's a bunch up front, 3 of them tightly grouped up. TaylorMade on the outside by the flare of a nostril. Minnehaha is right there. Dreamcatcher watching them closely as they take to the backstretch and make their way toward the 6. Giving Thanks is making ground on the outside, running a 4th. In behind those, that's Gulfstream Cat. A break of some 2 to another Wow, another 2 to Tia Maria. Then the pair of Lexi Lou and Sky's the Limit sharing last. They're arriving at the 5, and still the war up front continues. A Minnehaha and a TaylorMade battling for it. Toward the outside, asked to make some ground. That is a Dreamcatcher, the one right against the rail, as they make their way swinging past the half-mile marker. Giving Thanks is right in a handy position, right alongside Dreamcatcher. Gulfstream Cat races in behind them. Then Tia Maria, another Wow, looks to have had enough. Lexi Lou is further back, and Sky's the Limit maintains last. They've left the 3/8 in the Oaks and make their way toward the top of the lane. Minnehaha and a Dreamcatcher now produced, and Dreamcatcher snatches the lead and will come into the lane with a good-looking advantage. Minnehaha left back in second. On the rail, that's Gulfstream Cat. Toward the outside, Giving Thanks, trying to make late progress, but it is a Dreamcatcher. She's away from them and running toward the final furlong. A Dreamcatcher powering away from this field. It looks as if she will take the Oaks. Giving Thanks is chasing, but further back, Minnehaha looking for a minor share. It is a Dreamcatcher. Jason DaCosta looking for 4. Dreamcatcher with the lead, being eased down in the end, and Dreamcatcher, a cheeky winner of the Oaks. Giving Thanks is second over Gulfstream Cat, then Minnehaha and Tia Maria.
So Dreamcatcher wins the Oaks on Emancipation Day just 5 days ago. That's the 1st of August, and she's back here now for a 12 furlong contest. She stopped the clock in 2:07 and 4/5 of a second. That's a full second faster than they did in the Leger. Now we compare the times out of the Kingston and Portmore going into the 1,000 and 2,000. We compare the times out of the 1,000 and 2,000 going into the Leger, and she was 9 lengths behind on final time there. She finished 5th by 10 lengths in the Leger. Can we compare the time of the Oaks, 2:07.4, to the time of the Leger? A full second differential there. Can Dreamcatcher get closer, George?
You know, the great Philip Fiani said once that time matters only when you're in jail. Yeah? So where these comparisons are concerned, you have to use them as a guide, but you can't be tied to them. Here's the thing. Dreamcatcher in the St. Leger looked like a horse who was overmatched. She ran free, didn't have cover down the backstretch. When the jockey asked her to pick up from the half mile, she really was flat and she turned for home a beaten horse. Here, similar splits, perhaps even, well, faster splits in the Oaks than the St. Ledger, marginally faster, and she was comfortable with those marginal splits. Turned for home full of running, and Foster had the luxury of standing tall in his saddle in the wine glass position approaching the finish. This is a horse who improved in that Oaks run relative to the St. Ledger run. Now you ask yourself, well, okay, against the Colts, what is it that caused her to not be at her best? Nobody knows, perhaps only Jason DaCosta knows, because clearly he tweaked something, he tightened something, and she was a different animal in the Oaks. I'm suggesting to you, Michael, that the manner of her performance suggests that you must give her a chance. You must forgive that St. Ledger effort, because of all of the principles that we're going to talk about for the Derby today, each horse has had a showing where he has not been so impressive. Jamin was flat in the Prince Consort. Didn't look like the horse who would run away in the Kingston, beg your pardon. He didn't look like the horse who would run away with subsequent events. Salute the Dawn came up short at 7.5 furlongs. Was strong in the finish when winning at a mile. Dreamcatcher looked as if the Colts were too much for her, and the 10 furlongs was too much for her in the St. Ledger. And then she runs away with the Oaks in a faster time, looking as if she had something more to give. Forgiveness is the order of the day, Michael. You have to forgive that St. Ledger run.
Most definitely. So that sets the stage for our selections now for the Derby.
Yeah, and set up nicely.
Yes.
Set up nicely.
Based on the fact that Stardom had beaten them in the Kingston, and based on the fact that going into the St. Ledger, there were two horses that were eligible for Triple Crown glory: Dreamcatcher and Salute the Dawn. Salute the Dawn, of course, trained by GR.I. GR.I had two horses in the race that had good chance: Stardom and Salute the Dawn. And clearly, Salute the Dawn would have carried the flag in check of a possible Triple Crown win. That wasn't forthcoming. Now they're both in the Derby, the final leg of the Triple Crown. And Anthony Thomas has been flown in to ride this Stardom. Stardom is a full brother to a former Derby winner, Calculus, trained, of course, by GR.I. So I'm going for a mile upset win here by Stardom. So I'm taking Stardom to outstay all and sundry and come out on top here over with Jamin. Clearly has a great credentials. For third, number 16, Salute the Dawn. He'll be given the assignment to keep Jamin on his toes for the entire duration of the first 8 furlongs of the contest. And for fourth, I'm going to take Dreamcatcher, the Flying Filly, up against it, just raced 5 days ago, but she is of real class. So 12, 10, 16, 8 for me in the 106 running of the Jamaica Derby. And that's Stardom over with Jamin, Salute the Dawn, and Dreamcatcher.
Well, Michael, they're either going to chase it out of Caymanas Park or they're going to lift one of us high as a hero, because here's the thing. For Stardom, I like his chances. I must tell you that my Derby horse from last season, because when the 2-year-olds come out, Michael, I look at them and I say, who looks as if they'll be a Derby horse? I mean, remember Big Daddy Cool being my Derby horse some time ago, and there was some technicalities which caused him not to be unsaddled in the winner's enclosure. My Derby horse from last season was London Spirit, but he hasn't quite done enough to put himself firmly in the frame, although he does have a chance here. Bred to get this job done. Yeah? Coming from a barn that you don't question Jason DaCosta and Tevin Foster, the choice of rider suggests that the connections are confident that they can unlock the potential in this London Spirit to get it done. So I will share away something and I will catch it on London Spirit, even though I'm going to go elsewhere with the best of my money. And I'm looking at the filly. Stardom, Michael, I'm thinking that Stardom will have to use some petrol to stay close enough to be able to land that killer blow. This is not the kind of race this afternoon where I think you can run from far back and tag battling leaders in deep stretch and run by them. That looks as if the path that Stardom will have to take to victory will be that. He'll have to use some petrol to stay close, and that petrol used may take the sting out of his late kick, but he's still a good bet. I'm going to go for the filly. I'm going to say, Michael, that I'm going to forgive her, and I'm going to say, my girl, my dear, on this Independence Day, I forgive you for what you did the last time. Come and set things right. So I'm going to go for number 11, Dreamcatcher in this, number 8 rather, Dreamcatcher in race 9, to beat 10, then 1, then 12 and 4, 8, 10, 1, 12, 4 for me in this Jamaica Derby.
Wonderful. So the riders of call has been given. That tells us we're out of time. Race number 10, the third round of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. I'm going to go straight up at 10, 5, 7, and 1. That's Royal Puppy over Impressive Force, Interesting Times Ahead, and Mojito.
For the last race, I'm going to go 11, 1, 10, 4, 7. 11, 1, 10, 4, 7 for me in race number 10.
Wonderful. So that's going to be the handicapping seminar for you today. A special edition. Of course, George Davis, our special guest on Jamaica Derby Day on Independence Day. And we're looking forward to some great races today. And indeed, remember the mandatory period to the Reggae 6? 19 million wagered, $12.2 million in the jackpot converted to a carryover. Have a great day. Independence Day, Jamaica Derby Day. Here at Caymanas Park and all our OTBs island-wide, and also wagering on the SV Games app through MBet, and all our overseas betting fans wagering on the overseas betting apps. Have a great Derby Day.
Horses take the track for the first. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, named for Buck Dancer. 1921, the first Derby winner in Jamaica. The distance 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Number 1, Da Queen's Bee. Make the weight 53.5 or 118. 2, Don't Tell Lulu. 51.5 or 114. 4, Toronado Steel, 49.5 or 109. 5, Another Mission, 54.5 or 120. 6, Have a Joy, 52.5 or 116. 8, Golden Lawyer, 51.5 or 114. 9, Linstead Market, 54.5 or 120. Scratch 11, Shelley the Rocket, a no-show for Lasix. Wagering on W Event Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five, Rolling Triple. This is where the mandatory payout begins in the Reggae 6. Single winner bonus becoming a carryover in excess of 12.2 million. A Rolling Triple on its way to a million. A Reggae 6 at 20.5 million and climbing. Hurry, get your wagers on. High Five on its way to 200,000. Runners make their way to post. Your attention, please. We have some weights for you in the third event. Here are the correct allotted weights. Race 3. That is the correct allotted weights. Race 3, 1 round the twist. 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 2 Khaleesi, 118 or 53.5. 3 He's Sensational, 55 kilos or 121 pounds. That's 55 kilos or 121. 4 Black Ringo, 54 or 119, 54 or 119. 5 My Eclipse, also 54 or 119. 5 My Eclipse, 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 6 Newspaper of Record, 52 or 115, 52 or 115. 7. Secret Sensation, 55 or 121. 55 or 121. 8. Bad Bad Tanisha, 52.5 or 116. That's 52.5 or 116. 9. Casually Yours, 51.5 or 114. 10. Attila, 52.5 or 116. Horses make their way to post as the Reggae 6 arrives at 21 million and the rolling triple continues to head to a million. High 5 on its way to 200,000. Hurry, get your wagers on.
So runners heading to the post. This is race number 1, the first on Derby Day. It's Independence Day as well, so get your wagers on. The Reggae 6, All the Rage, approaching $23 million. Could be heading to 25 million, the rate it's going. It's a mandatory payout today. Jackpot bonus carryover in excess 12.2 million. And the rolling triple has gone past a million. Rolling triple approaching $1.1 million. And your high 5 pool approaching 350,000. So the Reggae 6 All the Rage, the way it's moving, would not be surprised to see it surpassing 25, 26 million, or maybe heading to near 30 million. Get your wagers on and make sure you have a ticket in the Reggae 6. Best of luck.
They're now closing up the front of the gates for this, the first event on Derby Day. A rolling triple, arriving at a million. Reggae 6 heading for 23 million. And the high 5 on its way to 400,000. Runners parading, betting set to load when ready. Hurry, place your wagers, don't be shut out. Your attention, please. Number 6, Have a Joy, now injured. A late scratch. Scratch 6, Have a Joy. Have a Joy injured. As horse is loading, the Queen's B is in front of Miss Linton. Tornado Steel will be next at 4. So 2 scratches in the first event. A very late one. 6, Have a Joy injured. 11, Shelley the Rocket. A no-show for Lasix. Rider off Linstead Market. That's Eric Houghton. Also Smart. And Demar Williams, they move to 7. So horses loading as they try with Linstead Market at 9. Linstead Market close up. As the rolling triple heads for 1.2 and the Rega 6 is now at 23.5 million. Not much wagering time left. Linstead Market helping you if you haven't wagered. So Linstead Market getting help and being pushed into gate 9. Linstead Market is in. Across goes Eric Houghton. Golden Lawyer will load at 8. 7-1. Some support there. Chief Dissident will be next at 10. Well supported at 9-2 in the wagering. This Chief Dissident. And the favorite will be the final one. Don't Tell Lulu and Shaheem Gordon. Don't Tell Lulu looks to be in. Field in line for the first of 10. They're off for the first Chief Dissident. Just a bit slowly out. Tornado Steel under a ride goes for that lead. Don't Tell Lulu and Miss Linton in close proximity. Oh So Smart asked to make some ground. The Queen's Bee is reserved back in 5th and racing on the rail, possibly 3.5 off that lead. Golden Lawyer pulling alongside. Linstead Market is 2 lengths back. Another Mission on the rail making mile progress. And at the back of the field as they leave the half-mile marker, that's Chief Dissident. They're traveling up toward the 7/16th. Don't Tell Lulu on that lead. Oh So Smart on the outside now, challenging all the time as they arrive at the 3. Watch the Queen's Bee getting a perfect split against the rail. Miss Linton races up in behind them. 2 lengths back to another Mission. Linstead Market now asked to get going with Golden Lawyer. Then Tornado Steel and still at the back Chief Dissident. But the Queen's Bee has now taken charge up front. It's the Queen's Bee running away from them at the moment under devastating Dane Dawkins. Another Mission has her in the crosshairs and now is asked to close, but they're at the furlong pole and it is the Queen's Bee out in front. Another Mission needs to find 5. Running on from a long way back, that's Chief Dissident. Golden Lawyer back in 4th, but they're all succumbing to the venom of the Queen's Bee, who stung them early, and the Queen's Bee wins it over another Mission and Chief Dissident close between them. Then comes Golden Lawyer, the favorite. Don't Tell Lulu struggling back in 5th.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1, the Buck Dancer. Number 1, the Queen's Bee. 5-year-old chestnut mare by B Jersey. It's a gimme by Hennessy. Bred and owned Landmark Farms. Trained Byron Davis, the winning rider. Devastating Dane Dawkins opening the card on Derby Day. The groom Patrick McLean is second. Number 5, Another Mission. Third, number 10, Chief Dissident. Fourth, number 8, Golden Lawyer. And 5th, number 2, Don't Tell Lulu. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1:14.3.
Field in line for the first of 10. They're off for the first, Chief Dissident. Just a bit slowly out. Tornado Steel under a ride goes for that lead. Don't Tell Lulu and Miss Linton in close proximity. Oh So Smart asked to make some ground. The Queen's Bee is reserved back in 5th and racing on the rail, possibly 3.5 off that lead. Golden Lawyer pulling alongside. Linstead Market is 2 lengths back. Another Mission on the rail making mild progress. And at the back of the field as they leave the half-mile marker, that's Chief Dissident. They're traveling up toward the 7/16th. Don't Tell Lulu on that lead. Oh So Smart on the outside now, challenging all the time as they arrive at the 3. Watch the Queen's Bee getting a perfect split against the rail. Miss Linton races up in behind them. 2 lengths back to Another Mission. Linstead Market now asked to get going with Golden Lawyer. Then Tornado Steel and still at the back, Chief Dissident. But the Queen's Bee has now taken charge up front. It's the Queen's Bee running away from them at the moment under devastating Dane Dawkins. Another Mission has her in the crosshairs and now is asked to close, but they're at the furlong pole, and it is Da Queen's Bee out in front. Another Mission needs to find 5. Running on from a long way back, that's Chief Dissident. Golden Lawyer back in 4th, but they're all succumbing to the venom of Da Queen's Bee, who stung them early, and Da Queen's Bee wins it over Another Mission and Chief Dissident close between them. Then comes Golden Lawyer, the favourite. Don't Tell Lulu struggling back in 5th. Your attention, please. Demar Williams asked to go now to the steward's room. Jockey Demar Williams, please go now to the steward's room. Result of the first now official. Horses to the barn, 1, the Queen's B, 5, another mission. 1 and 5 go to be tested. Splits 24-1, 49-1. They raced 6 furlongs in 1:14.3. The margin 7 1/4 by a neck. Your attention, please. Damian Murray asked to report to track superintendent Everton Henry. So Damian Murray, please contact track superintendent Everton Henry.
So may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? The mandatory payouts at Caymanas Park for the month of August. Well, we started today with the Reggae 6. Reggae 6 amassing close to $25 million in sales today. And we want to thank the punters for getting involved. And I hope you started with that one, the Queen's Bee in race number 1 on your Reggae 6. Saturday, the 8th of August, that's when we'll pay out the early 5-star. Early 5-star, it's a mandatory payout on the early 5-star coming up this Saturday, next week Saturday. It will be the Play Spot 8, a mandatory payout on the Play Spot 8. That's Saturday, the 15th of August. And on the 22nd of August, it's the Catch 9, a mandatory payout on the Catch 9. So coming this Saturday, it's the early 5-star, a mandatory payout there. Next week, Saturday, the following Saturday, it will be the Play Spot 8. And on the 22nd, Saturday the 22nd, it's the Catch 9. Mandatory payouts coming your way locally here at Caymanas Park. And we also have good news for the simulcast players. Mandatory payouts coming your way. This is a list of the mandatory payouts we have coming your way starting tomorrow. That's Friday, the 7th of August. It's a mandatory payout at Saratoga on the NY6. Mandatory payout on Saratoga NY6 also tomorrow. At Del Mar, a mandatory payout on the Cali 6. On Saturday, the 8th, it's Charlestown, a mandatory payout on the CT6. On Sunday, the 9th of August, it's Mountaineer, a mandatory payout on the MR6. And I can tell you, we have a massive jackpot bonus in excess 2.2 million. On a Monday, the 10th, it's Gulfstream Park, mandatory payout on the GP6 at Gulfstream. On Tuesday, the 11th, it's a mandatory payout at Mountaineer. This time it's the Pick 4. On Wednesday, the 12th of August, it's Saratoga, mandatory payout on the Pick 4. So those are the mandatory payouts coming away starting tomorrow and to the middle of next week. So a lot of cash to be won. Saratoga, Del Mar, Charlestown, Mountaineer, Gulfstream, all coming your way. Best of luck.
On to race number 2 here, a small field of 6 going, and it's really a one-horse betting race here at the Fixed Odds Windows. It's number 2, Unbelievable Power, $1.60. Hunters took it at that down to $1.40, so, and it's the best back runner here. $1.60 into $1.40. Unbelievable Power, clearly the best back runner at the Fixed Odds Winners and in the tote as well. A little later down the program, we're looking at race 4, Brilliant Boy, $6 into $2, so a good move on that one there. And in race 8, Dillsbury, $5 into $3.50. They're taking that one from early. So the 2 early movers, race 4, Brilliant Boy, and race 8, Dillsbury. Back to race number 2 here is number 2, Unbelievable Power, $1.40. Best back runner at the Fixed Odds Windows here. Good luck.
Horses take the track for the second. It's the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. A restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3-year-olds, non-winners of 2. And imported 3-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. Named for Blush, the 1959 first Derby winner at Caymanas Park. 1 Abudar make the weight 52.5 or 116 pounds. 4 Red 32, 54.5 or 120. 6 Wall to Wall, 50.5 or 111. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the catch 9 begins. The rolling triple on its way to 600,000, catch 9, 700,000. Hurry, place your bets.
The Walk Dancer, first Derby winner Jamaica in 1921, goes to the Queen's B, horse number 1, Dean Dawkins for Byron Davison, owner Landmark Farm. The Queen's B won quite handily at odds of 9-2 to get things off to a little bit of a stuttered start there as far as the favorites were concerned. Mandatory payout, Reggae 6 on Independence Day. It starts off on 2,096 live tickets and 29.2 million in the net pool. It's on to race number 2, the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. A field of 6 will go 1,300 meters or 6.5 furlongs. It's for a purse of 1.1 million. It's a restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3 nons of 2 and imported maidens. And the second event is for Blush, 1959 winner of the Jamaica Derby, the first Jamaica Derby winner at Caymanas Park. Top choice goes to the favorite number 2, Unbelievable Power. Runner-up, 6 of 8 attempts on 4 consecutive attempts coming into this as well. Second by 3.5 lengths to Manana the Majestic, going 5 straight to the minute and 2/5. Second by 6 1/4 to Community Tracy, going 7 furlongs in 127.3. Second by 7 lengths to Persanga, going a mile at 138.4. And second by 5 lengths behind Pepper Stepper, going 5.5 furlongs in 106 and 4/5 of a second. So has been second at varying distances, 5 straight, 5.5, 7 furlongs, 8 furlongs. Now tries 6.5 furlongs. Now gets the visor fitted for the first time. Figure it has been taken off. Tadesa Cool, he's riding quite well, and he rides here for trainer Adrian Prince and owner ACK Stables. They teamed up to win the Diamond Mile with phenomenal power. So Unbelievable Power should show these the way home. For second, make it number 1, Abudar. Rowan Good, Ryan for the trainer return to Zan. Third last time out to Wagwan and DOK. So third taking number 4, Red 32. Fifth by 6.5 lengths to Manatee Majestic, Unbelievable Power. And Maverick going 5 straight. Was 3 lengths in arrears to Unbelievable Power, so should be maybe close by as well. And number 5, Tom Strong at 7-2. Well supported. Dane Dawkins looks for the early double. And he rides here for trader Patrick Lynch. 2, 1, 4, and 5 for me in the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy.
They've closed up the front of the gate for race number 2, the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. And the front of the gates are closed. The Catch 9 approaching 750,000. That's 750,000. And your rolling triple doing very well. First rolling triple. So that rolling triple exceeding 1.2 million. Rolling triple now approaching 700,000. So the loading up not far away as the runners are getting set to load. So you got to hurry and place your wagers. The 2 to 5 favorite, Unbelievable Power. That's horse number 2. That's the favorite, the firm 1-2. Then we get 5 to 2 on the number 1, Habudar. 4 to 1, Tom Strong. That's the amount of devastating Dane Dawkins. He's trying to get the early double on a Tom Strong at 4 to 1. So get your wagers on. Running out of wagering time for sure. And the big one coming up in race number 9, the 106 running of the Jamaica Derby. But that's for later on. Horses loading. Loading for the second. Habudar, the first one to load. 6.5 furlong the trip. 7 to 2 Habudar. So lucky am I at 7 to 1. Slotted into gate number 3. Red 32 comes to gate 4, goes in. Unbelievable Power, the 1 to 5 favorite with the hot Tajay Suku. Loads at 2. Tom Strong, devastating Dane Dawkins. He'll try to add another one to his win. So try to take down the early double. And 1 to load, Wall to Wall, and Natalie Berger. 6.5 furlong the trip. As always, best of luck with all your wagers. Waiting on Wall to Wall to complete the line. Wall to Wall goes in. Natalie Berger climbing aboard. And now we're ready. Ready for race number 2. Starter Michael Sims is ready for the Independence Day Stakes. Often racing. Habudar misses it as so lucky am I. The first one to go past the 6 in front of Unbelievable Power tracking on the inside. So these two mixing up on the front end. They're about 3 or 4 lengths in front of Tom Strong racing back there in third as they go past the 5. Just on the inside of Tom Strong, that's Abu Dar. Then comes Wall to Wall, and racing at the back of the field, that's Red 32. They're passing the 4, and these two still glued together. Unbelievable Power and So Lucky Am I. So Lucky Am I just pointing the head in front of Unbelievable Power right against the rail, rallying back. Still watching them from third. That's Tom Strong about 3 lengths behind. Another 2 and a half before we come to Abadar. Then comes another 6 before we come to Red 32 and Wall to Wall relegated at the back there at the top of the lane. And now Unbelievable Power turning on the power, kicking away by 3 lengths. Still there fighting on that So Lucky Am I. Unbelievable Power looks to have this one all sewn up. Unbelievable Power and Tajay Suku sprinting away in the Independence Stakes Trophy. Unbelievable Power. The battle is clearly on for second. Abadar finishing best of all. Unbelievable Power is ridden out and easily in the end. Unbelievable Power maybe by 9 lengths. Abadar is second. Then comes the Red 32. So Lucky Am I back in fourth. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy, number 2, Unbelievable Power, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Accelerate, Fast Spin by Hard Spun, bred Mark Seacrest, owned ACK Stable, trained Adrian Prince, the winning rider, Red Hot, Tajay Suku, the groom, Troy Legister second, number 1, Abudar, third, number 4, Red 32, and fourth, number 3, So Lucky Am I. Final time for 6.5 furlongs, 119 and 1. And of course, Tajay is sponsored by SBR Rentals. Stakes. Often Racing, Abadar misses it as So Lucky Am I, the first one to go past the 6 in front of Unbelievable Power tracking on the inside. So these two mixing up on the front end. They're about 3 or 4 lengths in front of Tom Strong Racing back there in third as they go past the 5. Just on the inside of Tom Strong, that's Abudar. Then comes Wall to Wall, and racing at the back of the field, that's Red 32. They're passing the 4, and these two still glued together. Unbelievable Power and So Lucky Am I. So Lucky Am I just pointing the head in front of Unbelievable Power right against the rail, rallying back. Still watching them from third. That's Tom Strong about 3 lengths behind. Another 2 or 2.5 before we come to Abadar. Then comes another 6 before we come to Red 32 and Wall to Wall relegated at the back there at the top of the lane. And now Unbelievable Power turning on the power, kicking away by 3 lengths. Still there fighting on that So Lucky Am I. Unbelievable Power looks to have this one all sewn up. Unbelievable Power and Tajay Suku sprinting away in the Independence Stakes Trophy. Unbelievable Power. The battle is clearly on for second. Abadar finishing best of all. Unbelievable Power is ridden out and easily in the end. Unbelievable Power maybe by 9 lengths. Abudar is second. Then comes the Red 32. So Lucky Am I back in fourth.
Result of the second now official. Horses to the barn. 2, Unbelievable Power. 4, Red 32. 2 and 4 go to be tested. Splits 23-1, 46-1, 112-1. 6.5 furlongs raced in 119-1. The margin's 12 and 3/4 by 2 1/4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. Making the presentation, Brittany Clark, and she makes it to Rohan Daly, collecting on behalf of the winning owners, ACK Stables. Also in the presentation party, Mr. Garth Samuels. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 2, the 2026 Independence Day Stakes Trophy. So once again, just repeating the mandatory payout on Caymanas Park, coming on Saturday, the 8th of August. It will be the 5-star, early 5-star, mandatory payout on the early 5-star on the 15th, Saturday the 15th of August. It's the play spot 8, a mandatory payout on the play spot 8 on the 22nd of August. It's a mandatory payout on the catch 9. So lots of money to be won. You could become a millionaire, potentially. And over at simulcast, lots of money to be won as well. Tomorrow on simulcast, the mandatory payout begins. Mandatory payout at Saratoga on the NY6. Mandatory payout also tomorrow at Del Mar on the Cali 6. On Saturday, it's Charlestown mandatory payout on the CT6. On Sunday, the 9th of August, it's Mountaineer Park, a mandatory payout on the MR6 at Mountaineer. And I can tell you, it's in excess $2 million, the jackpot bonus carryover. On Monday, the 10th, it's Gulfstream Park, the GP6, mandatory payout there. On Tuesday, it's Mountaineer once again. This time it's the Pick 4 mandatory payout on the Pick 4. On Wednesday, the 12th of August, it's a mandatory payout, Saratoga on the Pick 4. So lots of money to be made on simulcast and on live local racing here at Caymanas Park, and potential big payouts coming your way.
Horses take the track for the third. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, down-winners of 2, and imported 4-year-olds and up maidens. It's named for King Arthur, the 2020 winner. The distance 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, Round the Twist. Make the weight 52.5 or 116. 2, Khaleesi 53.5 or 118. 3, He's Sensational 55 or 121. 4, Black Ringo 51 or 112. 5, My Eclipse 119 or 54 kilos. 6, Newspaper of Record 115 or 52 kilos. 7, Secret Sensation 52.5 or 116. 8, Bad Bad Tanisha 52.5 or 116. 9, Casually Yours 48.5 or 107. 10, Attila 53 kilos or 117. Wagering on double event exacta. Quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. Play spot 8 and quick 4, they both begin here. Play spot 8, single with a bonus in excess of 1.2 million. Quick 4 in excess of 1.2 million also. Quick 4 heading to 500,000. Play spot 8, 600,000. High 5 on its way to 200,000. Get your wagers on.
So the Independence Day banker gets the job done. That's Unbelievable Power in race number 2. Traditional coup for Adrian Prince and ACK Stables. They teamed up to win the Diamond Mile recently. So Unbelievable Power delivers the goods, winning on the 9th attempt. So had 6 run-up efforts prior, and now gets her pictures taken in the winner's enclosure. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 after the second leg. This is, of course, a mandatory period, regular 6, 2,037. And the net pool, of course, is 29.2 million. And we have started off on 586 live tickets on the Catch 9. And I got a call a few moments ago from a man named Pepper Spray Bobby. What a name. Pepper Spray Bobby says the first two bankers have won. And it's going to be double-digit odds from here on in. So let's see if Pepper Spray Bobby is right about that. On to race number 3, the third of 10 on the Independence Day card. On the Derby Day card, race 3 is for King Arthur, 2020 winner of the Derby. And we have a field of 10 declared to go post. So the orders stood their ground and are on the way to the starting gate. And this is a restricted allowance, 5 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2. And importees 4 years and up. Maidens, the purse here is 750,000. 7.5 furlongs or 1,500 meters a trip. Place for 8 and quick for both begin here. My selection is number 5, My Eclipse. Shane Richards to ride for Alfred Brown. And owner, breeder Robert O'Gilvy Williams. Raced recently on the 25th of July, 4 by 6 3/4, the Big LA. Khaleesi going 5.5 furlongs. Appears suited to the additional real estate of 2 furlongs. So now gets 7.5 furlongs to work with. I'm expecting My Eclipse to be finishing well in deep stretch. Number 3 is He Sensational. This one gets 2 to 1. Third by length and a quarter last time on to the Storm and Secret Sensation. So this one is in a rematch with Secret Sensation. Secret Sensation, John Post 7 gets 5 to 1. And He Sensational gets 2 to 1. Dane Dawkins had a win in race 1. So he's looking for a double. Number 2, Khaleesi, is the favorite at 3 to 2. Has pace and speed. Gets additional real estate to work with. She should be on or near the lead. Visor now taken off by a trainer Carlton Cunningham. Richie Shakes picks up the mount. Khaleesi, well fancied at 3 to 2. It's the King Arthur on Independence Day on Jamaica Derby Day. Make it 5-3-2-7. My Eclipse over He Sensational, Khaleesi, and Secret Sensation.
So they have now closed up the front of the gate. Quick 4 on its way to 700,000. Play spot 8, 900,000. High 5 on its way to 300,000 as Khaleesi comes into gate 2. Horses are loading for the third. The King Arthur 2020 Derby winner. Black Ringo in at 4. Secret Sensation will load at 7. So horses loading, hurry, get those wagers in. Bad Tanisha. Put into 8. So loading up, well underway. Round the twist, walking to 1. Tyrese Anderson. He's Sensational in at 3. Dane Dawkins looking for 2. Casually Yours was loaded at 9. Attila coming into 10. Newspaper of Record in at 6. We wait on 1. My Eclipse to load at 5. Have a favorite in He's Sensational at 8 to 5. My Eclipse is in, field in line and sent off. Round the twist, came out in behind horses, has catching up to do. Khaleesi the Grey showing down against the rail. Bad Tanisha on the outside, and these two now dispute that lead as they make their way down the backstretch. Casually Yours is a length and 3/4. My Eclipse has made progress. Traveling just in behind them, he's sensational in the colors of Oral Hayden. Black Ringo making ground on the rail. Secret Sensation on the outside. Round the Twist has made amends for the bad start. Newspaper of Record is next. And last of all, at the back of the field, that's Attila. They flash past the 5 and make their way now toward the half mile. About to enter the turn for home. And out in front, Bad Tanisha now trying to shake loose. Being chased all the while by Calicia, lengthened a piece back now, beginning to make ground on the rail. A Black Ringo is racing with on the outside, asked to make progress, a My Eclipse. Also there too, he's sensational. Just about 4.5 lengths separates those. Around the Twist has made some ground. Casually Yours is next. Newspaper of Record is there. Just toward the outside, that's the Secret Sensation as the field come thundering into the lane, and Bad Tanisha, the rider on the ground, and we have a faller. Khaleesi now grabs that lead. Khaleesi out in front. He's sensational and devastating. Dane Dawkins now asked to close up. Khaleesi has crossed over and having to be switched. That is, he's sensational. It is Khaleesi and Richie Shakes. He's sensational coming back on the inside. Khaleesi driven to the max. He's sensational coming with a flourish, and he's sensational. Will get there over Khaleesi and My Eclipse. Newspaper of Record is next, and back behind those, that Secret Sensation. So we had a faller. Therefore, we have a George's Inquiry looking into the fall of Tajay Suku on 8 Bad Tanisha. George's Inquiry looking at the fall.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, the King Arthur. Number 3, He's Sensational. 4-year-old Chestnut Colt by Sensational Slam. Sheer Madness by Traditional. Bred Oliver Street. Owned and trained Oral Hayden. The winning rider to on the day for devastating Dane Dawkins. The groom Glenworth Thompson second. Number 2, Khaleesi. Third, number 5, My Eclipse fourth. Number 6, Newspaper of Record. And the fifth, number 7, Secret Sensation. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 134 flat. Please note, stewards inquiry, hold all tickets. Looking at the full of the rider, hold all tickets.
My Eclipse is in, field in line, and sent off. Round the Twist came out in behind horses, has catching up to do. Khaleesi the Grey showing down against the rail. Bad Tanisha on the outside, and these two now dispute that lead as they make their way down the backstretch. Casually Yours is a length and 3/4. My Eclipse has made progress. Travelling just in behind them, he's sensational in the colours of Oral Hayden. Black Ringo making ground on the rail. Secret Sensation on the outside. Round the Twist has made amends for the bad start. Newspaper of Record is next. And last of all, at the back of the field, that's Attila. They flash past the 5 and make their way now toward the half mile. About to enter the turn for home. And out in front, Bad Tanisha now trying to shake loose. Being chased all the while by Khaleesi, a length and a piece back now, beginning to make ground on the rail. A Black Ringo is racing with on the outside, asked to make progress on My Eclipse. Also there too, he's sensational. Just about 4.5 lengths separates those. Around the Twist has made some ground. Casually Yours is next. Newspaper of Record is there. Just toward the outside, that's the Secret Sensation as the field come thundering into the lane, and Bad Tanisha, the rider, on the ground, and we have a faller. Khaleesi now grabs that lead. Khaleesi out in front. He's sensational and devastating. Dane Dawkins now asked to close up. Khaleesi has crossed over and having to be switched. That is, he's sensational. It is Khaleesi and Richie Shakes. He's sensational coming back on the inside. Khaleesi driven to the max. He's sensational coming with a flourish, and he's sensational. Will get there over Khaleesi and My Eclipse. Newspaper of Record is next, and back behind those, that's Secret Sensation. Your attention, please, in today's 4th race. Scratch number 6, Princess Tiana injured. Race 4, scratch 6, Princess Tiana injured. After this George's inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish. Result of the 3rd now official. Horses to the barn. 3, he's sensational. 6, Newspaper of Record. 3 and 6 both go to be tested. Splits 23-2, 46-4, 112-4. 7.5 furlongs raced in 134 margins a half by 10 and a quarter. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. After the fall, Tajay Suku will not be riding for the remainder of the afternoon. Trainers who had booked the services of Tajay Suku, please make other arrangements and contact the stewards. We have rider changes for you. We have rider changes for you. In the fourth event, number 4, Diva. Please note, Diva, Lasix, figure 8, and a visor. So Diva racing in with Lasix, a figure 8, and a visor. Mar Williams replaces Tajay Suku on number 4, Diva. Race 4, 4 Diva now the mount of Demar Williams. Race 5, number 10, Last Possession. Shaheem Gordon replaces Tajay Suku. Race 5, number 10, Last Possession, now the mount of Shaheem Gordon. Horses take the track for the fourth. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds, named for Calculus, the 2021 winner. The distance 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Number 2, Code Red, make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 4, Diva, Lasix, figure 8 and visor. The rider, Demar Williams. 5, My Friend Mickey, 50.5 or 115, or 111 rather. Scratch 6, Princess Tiana, injured. 7, Daddy Cut Out, 52 or 115. Wagering on double event. Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5, Rolling Triple. The early 5-star begins here with a single winner bonus in excess of $2.387 million. Early 5-star on its way to 800,000, Rolling Triple 600,000. High 5 on its way to 200,000. Hurry, get those wagers in. Your attention, please, in today's 10th race. Number 1, Mojito, now the mount of Shaheem Gordon. Shaheem Gordon rides 1 Mojito in the 10th.
The King Arthur 2020 Jamaica Derby winner goes to He Sensational, Dane Dawkins for Oral Hayden, and that's the second win on the card for Dane Dawkins, 1 race to bone, the Queen's B. So he's on a double after the first 3 races on the card. Runner-up was Khaleesi, drifted off a true line there inside the final 4.5, and My Eclipse checked in a well-beaten third. That ticket count on the mandatory payout Independence Day Reggae 6, 1,632 with 29.2 million internet pool, and the Kets 9 is at 395 live tickets. On to race number 4, which is the Calculus 2021 Derby winner, trained by Gir Sobrati for owner Shrivan Maharaj. And owner Shrivan Maharaj has a horse here by the name of Brilliant Boy number 8, getting a lot of attention at the tote at odds of 7-2. It's a start of early 5-star, minimum guarantee pay of 300,000. Jackpot is over 2.3 million. And we have 9 horses for this maiden event. Top choice is number 2, Code Red. Run-up last time out behind stablemate, walked the plank in 1:13 and a fifth of a second for 6 furlongs. Was 5.5 lengths clear of second runner-up, My Friend Mickey. That was a field of 15. So big enough effort there by Code Red, and he now has less to do. No walk the plank around, and Eric Dangerman Horton maintains the mount. Anthony Nunes has 3 runners, DOK number 1, Code Red number 2, and Brilliant Boy number 8. Number 1, DOK, run up among nuns of 2 last time out at 9.5 furlongs behind Wagwan. Cuts back significantly in distance from 9.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. Shane Richardson maintains the mount for the 6th consecutive occasion. DOK gets 4 to 1. Number 4, Diva. Chance ride for Demar Williams replacing Taji Sekou. Taji Sekou had a spill in race number 3 aboard the 8-horse Bad Bad Tanisha. So we hope that he'll bounce back sooner than later. And this Diva now has a new rider. Blinkers taken off by the Professor Patrick Lynch. Figure it also taken off, so headgear off. And this one, well, actually, it appears as if there's some headgear there, so not quite sure what's happening here as far as the notifications are concerned about equipment. So that may be something to have a look at. Diva, run up when last out on the 9th of May behind Nebraska at 6 furlongs with 1:15.3. So look for her to run well. She's at 9 to 5. And number 5 is My Friend Mickey. Experienced filly, 17 start, 1 second and 3/3. Third by a distance last 2 appearances, but her usual honest effort should earn her keep once again. It's a calculus 2021 Derby winner on Derby Day on Independence Day. Make it 2145, code red, over Diva, DOK, and My Friend Mickey.
They've closed up the front of the gate for loading process race number 4. This one named for Calculus, 2021 Derby winner, Jamaica Derby winner. Early 5-star begins here. It's approaching 800,000. The massive jackpot bonus, nearly 2.4 million. And rolling triple. The triples are doing very well, so it's wise to wait to the triples. This one on its way to 700,000. High five wagering offered. High five pool approaching 250,000. So loading up will begin shortly. So hurry and place your wagers. Horses loading for the 4th. The first one in DOK in gate number 1. A Brilliant Boy will go to gate number 8. We have a very late scratch in the horse number 7, Daddy Cutout. That one is scratched on the advice of the vet as Brilliant Boy loads at 8. So a very late scratch in Daddy Cutout, the 7 horse. Behave is pulled to gate number 3. Rider comes down from King Kush. That's Anthony Fraser. Working on Behave to gate 3, a stubborn customer. King Kush has loaded. Behave in gate number 3 as well. King Kush loading into 9. Behave into 3. A Diva, the even money favorite, and a DeMar Williams will load at 4. So Diva lining up for 4. A bit hesitant, this Diva. Now goes in. Well, part of the way in. Now fully in. My friend Mickey. And a code red to complete the line. My friend Mickey slotted into gate number 5. Code red. The final one to load. 6 furlong the trip. Start to Dwayne Timmel. He's ready. And now we're ready for a start. Often Racing, King Kush marginally misses it along with Brilliant Boy as Code Red wants that lead. Diva rushing down on the outside, rushing up between horses. That's Behave. Just behind them, that's My Friend Mickey. Another 2 lengths before we come to DOK. Then comes King Kush and racing at the back of the field. Just marginally Brilliant Boy. They head toward the 4 furlong point on the course, and it's a mad scramble out there. And now Diva goes on. My Friend Mickey rushing down on the outside, coming up against the rail. That's Code Red. Backing out of it, that's Behave. Then comes up racing behind, that's DOK. Just behind DOK and recovering after that break, that's King Kush. And racing at the back of the field, Brilliant Boy. They're gonna come into the lane shortly. Diva still in front, but tested all the while by Code Red coming against the rail. Diva in front, Code Red testing all the while, and now Code Red and Diva goes on and fight it out, and Code Red looks to hit the front from Diva. Behave coming back for more. Code Red in front, Diva not yet done. Code Red still in front, coming with just about over half a furlong to go. Code Red is pulling it on, and Code Red begins to slip out of the grasp of Diva. Code Red and Eric Horton beginning to pull away, and they go on to win by maybe 5 lengths. Diva is second, then comes Behave. DOK is 4th. King Kush runs on to be 5th. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, the Calculus, number 2 code red. A 3-year-old chestnut colt by Avinu Melkanu, 18 carat by He's the Real Thing. Bred and owned Andrew Donalds, trained Anthony Babanunis, the winning rider Eric Horton, the groom Courtney Wheatley, second. The number 4, Diva. Third, number 3, Behave. Fourth, number 1, DOK. And the fifth, number 9, King Kush. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 1. Often racing, King Kush marginally misses it along with Brilliant Boy as Code Red wants that lead. Diva rushing down on the outside, rushing up between horses. That's Behave. Just behind them, that's My Friend Mickey. Another 2 lengths before we come to DOK. Then comes King Kush and racing at the back of the field, just marginally Brilliant Boy. They head toward the 4 furlong point on the course, and it's a mad scramble out there. And now Diva goes on. My Friend Mickey rushing down on the outside, coming up against the rail. That's Code Red. Backing out of it, that's Behave. Then comes up racing behind, that's DOK. Just behind DOK and recovering after that break, that's King Kush. And racing at the back of the field, Brilliant Boy. They're going to come into the lane shortly. Diva still in front, but tested all the while by Code Red coming against the rail. Diva in front, Code Red testing all the while, and now Code Red and Diva goes on and fight it out, and Code Red looks to hit the front from Diva. Behave coming back for more. Code Red in front, Diva not yet done. Code Red still in front, coming with just about over half a furlong to go. Code Red is blowing it on, and Code Red begins to slip out of the grasp of Diva. Code Red and Eric Horton beginning to pull away, and they go on to win by maybe 5 lengths. Diva is second, then comes Behave. DOK is fourth. King Kush runs on to be fifth.
Your attention, please, in today's 7th event. Number 8, Goodbye Firefly. Make the rider Demar Williams. Demar Williams rides 8, Goodbye Firefly, race 7. Result of the 4th now official. Horses to the barn, 2, Code Red. 9, King Kush. 2 and 9 go to be tested. Splits 24-1, 48-3. Final time 6 furlongs, 114-1. The margins 4 3/4 by 1 1/4. Your attention, please, in today's 8th event, number 12, Mopai. Make the rider Omar Walker. Omar Walker rides 12, Mopai in the 8th event. Horses, take the track for the fifth. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, named for Atomica, the 2022 winner, the distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. And number 2, Casa Living, make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 4, Mr. Lee, 55 or 121. 5, Earmark Blitz, 52.5 or 116. 7, Cutout, 52 or 115. 8, Joyful Surprise, 50 or 110. 9, Princess Chris, 52.5 or 116. 10, Last Possession, 52 or 115, make the rider Shaheem Gordon. 11, D-Storm, goes with 51.5 or 114. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple. This is where the Twilight Six begins. Twilight Six on its way to 7 million, rolling triple 300,000, high five heading for 200,000. Get your wagers on.
The calculus goes to top selection code red, Eric Danger Van Houten in the Saturday for Trin Anthony Nunes and owner breeder Andrew Donald, code red, a convincing winner of the fourth event, getting the better of Diva. Live ticket count on the mandatory payout Independence Day Reggae 6, 1,310 with 29.2 million plus in that net pool. And the Catch 9 has 260 live tickets and over 655,000 in that net pool. It's time for the start of the Twilight 6. It's the 5th of 10. It's the Atomica 2022 Jamaica Derby winner. And the Twilight 6, minimum guarantee payout 3.5 billion. 11 horses go 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. The purse is 780,000. Top selection is number 9, Princess Chris. Tyrus Handis rides to Alfred Brown and owner Colin Elcock. This is an imported filly. Had her seasonal debut on the 11th of July. Runner-up behind 430, another imported filly. That was over 7 furlongs with 128 flat. Should report fitter and having the figure 8 return. The customary figure 8 is back on. Starting at figure 8 17 times. 1 win, 3 seconds and 2/3. So Princess Chris looks likely to take another good account of herself, and she's getting a big price of 11-1. The big favorite is number 3, Confidence is High. Winner on debut going 5 straight, beating Never Despair and Secret Sensation. Not much right him about. Was third by 4 lengths, second time of asking. That was going 5 round behind Nephew and Summer Palace. Gets 2 furlongs longer to travel. Ray and Lewis picks at the mount, replacing Dean Dawkins. Confidence is High. Your overwhelming favorite at 2-5. Number 4, Mr. Lee gets 19-1. Robert Haldane rides for Lee Clark OD. Blinkers taken off. 6 by 12 and a quarter lengths last time out behind 430 and Princess Chris. Has worked well since on 29th of July. 3 furlongs with 36 flat. Look for Mr. Lee. to be prominent throughout. And number 8 is Joe for Surprise. This one gets 14 to 1. Caymanas, right attention, Chung. Run up last time out, but beat by some 50 lengths to Brompton Boy. That was at a mile in 141 and a fifth. Has pace and speed, and pace makes a race. So look for Joe for Surprise to be fourth place throughout. 14 to 1 in a new flash in the betting. It's the Atomica on Independence Day on Jamaica Derby Day. I'm going 9, 3, 4, and 8. Princess Chris over Confidence is High, Mr. Lee, and Joyful Surprise. Twilight 6 pool now 6.5 million and climbing. You have limited wagering time remaining. Get those bets on now, and best of luck.
So the runners are arriving at the start. Race number 5. This is the Atomica. And this is where the Twilight 6 begins. Twilight 6 approaching 7.5 million, heading to 7.5 million. The rolling triple on its way to 400,000. And Hi-Fi wagering, that's approaching 200,000. And they start to close the front of the gate, so you know what time it is. Wagering time, so you got to rush to the windows and place your wagers. Running out of wagering time for sure as they close the front of the gate for race number 5.
Your attention, please. Number 6, Native Flyer, now a scratch on the advice of the vet. So Native Flyer now scratched on the advice of the vet. Take out Native Flyer. Horses loading, horses are loading. Cost of living in at 2, Mr. Lee. In at 4, Earmark Blitz at 5, cut out, coming into 7. So loading up, well underway, Joyful Surprise in at 8. Last possession, loading at 10. Princess Chris coming into 9. The favorite Confidence is High, walking to 3. The Storm in at 11. Last one in Confidence is High. Field in line. They're off. Easy Money came out at the back, has a lot of catching up to do as the field make their way down the back stretch. Mr. Lee is right there in the early fracas. Confidence is High is there, cut out, these 3 in a tight clump. Just in behind them, a Joyful Surprise, Princess Chris out wide, Cost of Living making ground on the rail, overtaking Earmark Blitz. Last possession racing on the heels of that as they go flashing past the 5. The Storm races next, and Easy Money is last of the runners. They're about to leave the back stretch and make their way into that turn for home, and the favorite has taken charge. That's Confidence is High and Action Pack Ray and Lewis. They lead by 2 lengths. Mr. Lee stalking in second. Cost of Living and Cut Out, these 2 glued together as a team. A break of some 3 lengths back to Joyful Surprise, asked to make late progress. The Storm racing out wide of horses along with Princess Chris, widest of them all. Earmark Blitz runs the rail. Easy Money has overtaken 1. That's the last possession. The rider looking to have iron problems as they come into the lane, and it is Confidence is High attempting to go all the way. Confidence is High on that lead on the run to the furlong pole. Here is Mr. Lee the Grey needing to find 4 or 5 legs to catch the leader, but Confidence is High continues to bubble along on that lead. The closest pursuer is Mr. Lee put to the right hand stick, but it's Confidence is High and Action Pack Ray and Lewis. They're not going to lose the 5th event, and they win by maybe 5 or more over Mr. Lee. Cost of Living is 3rd, Cut Out is 4th, tight between Joyful Surprise and the Storm.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, the Atomica. Number 3, Confidence is High. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Improbable. Yaliwa by Medegladoro. Bred Andrew Warren. Owned Narish Nagrani. Conditioned by the chosen one, Peter John Passad, and this is his 99th win of the season. So Peter John Passad is very close to a milestone of 100. He's on 99 wins. The winning rider, Action Pack Rain Lewis. And of course, he's sponsored by True Shake Nutrition Shake, the groom, Kobe Anthony. Second, number 4, Mr. Lee. Third, number 2, Costa Living. Fourth, number 7, Cut Out. And the fifth, number 8, Joyful Surprise. Final time for 7 furlongs, 125 flat.
They're off. Easy Money came out at the back, has a lot of catching up to do as the field make their way down the back stretch. Mr. Lee is right there in the early fracas. Confidence is High is there, cut out these 3 in a tight clump. Just in behind them, a Joyful Surprise, Princess Chris out wide, Costa Living making ground on the rail, overtaking Earmark Blitz. Last Possession racing on the heels of that as they go flashing past the 5. The Storm races next, and Easy Money is last of the runners. They're about to leave the back stretch and make their way into that turn for home, and the favorite has taken charge. That's Confidence is High and Action Pack Ray and Lewis. They lead by 2 lengths. Mr. Lee stalking in second. Costa Living and Cut Out, these two glued together as a team. A break up some 3 lengths back to Joyful Surprise, asked to make late progress. The Storm racing out wide of horses along with Princess Chris, widest of them all. Earmark Blitz runs the rail. Easy Money has overtaken one. That's the Last Possession. The rider looking to have iron problems as they come into the lane. And it is Confidence is High attempting to go all the way. Confidence is High on that lead on the run to the furlong pole. Here is Mr. Lee the Grey needing to find 4 or 5 legs to catch the leader, but Confidence is High continues to bubble along on that lead. The closest pursuer is Mr. Lee put to the right hand stick, but it's Confidence is High. And Action Pack Ray and Lewis, they're not going to lose the 5th event, and they win by maybe 5 or more over Mr. Lee. Costa Living is 3rd, Cut Out is 4th, tight between Joyful Surprise and D-Storm. Result of the 5th now official. Horses to the barn. 3 Confidence is High. 11 D-Storm. 3 and 11 both go to be tested. Splits 23-4, 46-2, 111-3. 7 furlongs raced in 125, the margin 7 by 8.5. Your attention, please. Donovan Plummer wanted in the storage room. That's trainer Donovan Plummer wanted in the storage room. 11, Loyal Action. Make the rider Devon A. Thomas. Loyal Action number 11. In the 6th event coming up, the rider Devon A. Thomas. And number 9, the Gifted One, takes the track early.
On to race number 6 here, and a nice big field and some very competitive betting taking place here. Number 4, K-Boy, currently at $3. This one is the 3-2 favorite in the tote. Good support for K-Boy here at Fixers Windows. Number 9, the gifted one, $6. That one well supported as well, along with number 12, Great Trick at $5. However, it is number 1, Princess Aquila, who is actually the best back runner at the Fixers Windows, currently at $2.50. Good luck for race number 6.
Horses take the track for the 6th. It's for 3-year-olds and up, an optional claiming event. 350,000 to 250,000 the tag for horses who have not earned 220,000 since April 7, 2026. Named for ability, the 2023 winner of the Derby. The distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 2, Steen, make the weight 53.5 or 118 pounds. 5, Dancing in the Breeze, 52.5, 116 pounds. 6, Don Pablo, 52.5 or 116. 8, Traditional Boy, 51.5, 114. 9, The Gifted One, also 51.5, 114. 10, Millennium Star, 55 or 121. 11, Loyal Action goes with the 53.5 or 118, the rider Devon A. Thomas. 13, Always Vigorous, 50.5 or 111. Wagering offered on double event, Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5, Rolling Triple. This is where the late 5-star begins. Rolling Triple heading for 400,000, late 5-star 600,000, High 5 200,000. Hurry. Get those wagers in.
So confidence is high, gets the job done quite convincingly in the Atomica. And that real news in the saddle for trainer Peter Bassard, and congratulations on 100th career win. And that's easily one of the fastest hundreds for a trainer in a long time, if any time at all. So 100 wins there for Peter Bassard with this confidence is high. And 125 flat for 7 furlongs in ultra impressive fashion. Third time of asking, and clearly was a cut above the opposition today. Live ticket count on the mandatory payout Reggae 6 on Independence Day on Jamaica Derby Day, 1,268. So it's been a fairly popular sequence so far, barring race number 1's winner, the Queen's be at 92. We have had some favorites coming in thereafter. 240 tickets going on the catch line, 655,000 plus in that net pool. And the Twilight 6.5 ticket count, 3,187 at over 5.5 million in that net pool for the Twilight 6. It's on to race number 6. It's the Ability 2023 Jamaica Derby winner, was an upset winner, trained by Patrick Lynn Ridden. Alan Mirage. And we have a field of 13 declared to go posted. All 13 have stood their ground and on the way to the starting gate. 1,100 meters the trip, 5.5 furlongs the distance, the purse 700,000. Top choice goes to number 1, Princess Aquila. And Princess Aquila fits well among this not earned 220,000 claimers since the 7th of April. She has speed, she drawn on the inside. You will pin a picture amount for Carter Brown. Figure taken off. Look for her to be for the place and could be the one they'll all have to try and catch. Surprise favorite is number 4, K-Boy. He doesn't have the early speed to go with Princess Aquila, but there's a good late turn of foot. He'll have to rely on the speed to come back to him. Eric Dangerman Hall looks for a double. He scored earlier on the card with code red. So K-Boy was supported now. Joint favorite at 2-1. Number 11, Loyal Action gets 7-1. Chance right for Devin Thomas replacing the injured Tajay Suku. Loyal Action, not the best of lookers, but based on the form lines here, was a winner going 5.5 furlongs October last year. That's at Nunza 4, beating Papa Gray and Princess Sophia. A similar effort can see him being prominent throughout. And number 12 is Great Trick. This one gets 3-1. Shaheem going right for Omar Williams. Visor on, figured on. The customary equipment returned and was a close-up fourth, going 5 furlongs straight on his return from March. That race was on the 27th of June. So 4th behind Legal Bomb, Stormer Come, and Diamond Rock. A similar effort will see Great Trick being in the thick of things where it matters most. It's the ability on Derby Day. I'm going 1, 4, 11, 12. Princess Aquila over K-Boy, Loyal Action, and a Great Trick.
So the loading up, about to start as they've closed the front of the gate. This is the cash out leg of the Reggae 6 as Steen comes forward to gate number 2. Horses loading. Loading for the 6th. This one named for Ability as Steen goes in. Minute Whack joins at gate 3. 5.5 furlong. K-Boy heads to gate number 4. K-Boy goes in. Don Pablo is next, gate number 6. Traditional Boy heads to gate 8. Rider comes down from the Gifted One. That's Everett Clunis. And that one will load at 9. The Gifted One goes in. Rider will climb aboard shortly. Millennium Star, gate number 10. That's where that one is heading. Loyal Action will be next, gate 11. Well, action goes in. Always vigorous. Going to gate number 13. Princess Aquila heads to gate 1. Dancing in the Breed heading to gate number 5. So always vigorous in at 13. Dancing in the Breeze in at 5. Princess Aquila in at 1. And 2 to load. Blitz Strike and Great Trick. So that's the final to wait on. Great Trick heads to gate 12, goes in. Blitz Strike to complete the line. 5.5 furlong the trip. Waiting on Blitz Strike. Blitz Strike goes in. And now we're ready. Off and racing. Great Trick misses it, and he left at the back of the field. The Gifted One didn't get away too keen either, but Princess Aquila blazing the trail as they make their way heading toward the 4. It's Princess Aquila, Minute to Whack, right against the rail. That's Steen out wide. That is Always a Vigorous. Millennium Star comes next. Then comes Dancing in the Breeze, overtaken on the outside by Great Trick as they make their way with just about 3 furlongs to travel. Princess Aquila blazing the trail, about 8 lengths in front, and is in front and comfortably in front to Minute to Whack and Steen chasing. But it's Princess Aquila in front, traveling well. It's Princess Aquila coming to the furlong pole with a looking like an unassailable lead. Princess Aquila still in front, enjoying a 6 or 7 length lead, trying to come on the inside. That Steen. Princess Aquila has blown them out of the water. They're coming to the final half a furlong. Princess Aquila has done it, taking this one from the scruff of the neck and sprinting clear. Princess Aquila and You Will Pinnock, they've gone over double digit. Looks like K-Boy second, then comes Don Pablo, Always Vigorous, got tied for 5th.
We have claims. We have claims in the 6th event. Number 4, K-Boy, 1 submitted. Donovan Hutchinson for Von White. Donovan Hutchinson claims K-Boy for Von White. 1 submitted for number 12, Great Trick. Colin Ferguson for Winston Lewis. Colin Ferguson claims a Great Trick for owner Winston Lewis.
The one is enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 6, the Ability. Number 1, Princess Aquila. 6-year-old bay mare by Nasheed. Princess Lorna by Law of the Sea. Bred Winston Tracy. Owned Dwight Henry. Trained Ricardo Brown. The winning rider, Uville Pinnock. The groom, Dave Dixon, second. Number 4, K-Boy. Third, number 6, Don Pablo. Fourth, number 13, Always Vigorous. And fifth, number 2, Steen. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1:08 and 3. This is it, and he left at the back of the field. The gifted one didn't get away too keen either, but Princess Aquila blazing the trail as they make their way heading toward the 4. It's Princess Aquila, Minute to Whack, right against the rail. That's Steen out wide. That is Always a Vigorous. Millennium Star comes next, then comes Dancing in the Breeze, overtaken on the outside by Great Trick as they make their way with just about 3 furlongs to travel. Princess Aquila blazing the trail about 8 lengths in front, and is in front and comfortably in front to Minute to Whack and Steen chasing. But it's Princess Aquila in front, traveling well. It's Princess Aquila coming to the furlong pole with a looking like an unassailable lead. Princess Aquila still in front, enjoying a 6 or 7 length lead, trying to come on the inside. That Steen. Princess Aquila has blown them out of the water. They're coming to the final half a furlong. Princess Aquila has done it, taking this one from the scruff of the neck and sprinting clear. Princess Aquila and Uville Pinnock, they've gone over double digit. Looks like K-Boy second, then comes Don Pablo, Always Vigorous, got tied for 5th.
Result of the 6 now official. Horses to the barn. 1, Princess Aquila. 4, K-Boy. 1 and 4 go to the testing barn. The splits were 23-3, 48-2, 5.5 furlongs raced in 108.3. The margins 12 and a quarter by a neck. Your attention, please. We have a carryover in the high five. There is a carryover in the high five. It's $134,081.12. So carryover in the high five coming up race 7.
The ability goes to top selection. Princess Aquila gets a flying start from the inside post and makes all the running. You've been Pinnock in the Saturday for Turner Ricardo Brown, and he's the winner of the ability on Derby Day on Independence Day. Congrats to our Reggae 6 winners. 29.2 million shared up, and the dividends there over 22,000. Let's take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 races.
B has now taken charge up front. It's the Queen's B running away from them at the moment under devastating Dane Dawkins. Another mission has her in the crosshairs and now is asked to close, but they're at the furlong pole, and it is the Queen's B out in front. Another mission needs to find 5. Running on from a long way back, that's Chief Dissident, Golden Lawyer back in 4th, but they're all succumbing to the venom of the Queen's B, who stung them early, and the Queen's B wins it over another mission and Chief Dissident close between them. Then comes Golden Lawyer, the favorite. Don't Tell Lulu, struggling back in 5th.
Unbelievable power, turning on the power, kicking away by 3 lengths. Still there fighting on that So Lucky Am I. Unbelievable power. Looks to have this one all sewn up. Unbelievable power. And Tajay Suku sprinting away in the Independence Stakes Trophy. Unbelievable power. The battle is clearly on for second. Abadar finishing best of all. Unbelievable power is ridden out. And easily in the end, unbelievable power. Maybe by 9 lengths. Abudar is second, then comes a red 32. So Lucky Am I, back in 4th.
Khaleesi now grabs that lead. Khaleesi out in front. He's sensational and devastating. Dane Dawkins now asked to close up. Khaleesi has crossed over and having to be switched. That is, he's sensational. It is Khaleesi and Richie Shakes. He's sensational coming back on the inside. Khaleesi driven to the max. He's sensational coming with a flourish. And he's sensational. Will get there over Khaleesi and My Eclipse. Newspaper of Record is next. And back behind those, that Secret Sensation.
Now Code Red and Diva goes on and fight it out, and Code Red looks to hit the front from Diva. Behave coming back for more. Code Red in front. Diva not yet done. Code Red still in front, coming with just about over half a furlong to go. Code Red is pouring it on, and Code Red begins to slip out of the grasp of Diva. Code Red and Eric Horton beginning to pull away, and they go on to win by maybe 5 lengths. Diva is second, then comes Behave. DOK is 4th. King Kush runs on to be 5th.
Confidence is high on that lead on the run to the furlong pole. Here is Mr. Lee the Grey needing to find 4 or 5 legs to catch the leader, but confidence is high, continues to bubble along on that lead. The closest pursuer is Mr. Lee, put to the right-hand stick, but its confidence is high. And action-packed Ray and Lewis, they're not going to lose the 5th event, and they win by maybe 5 or more over Mr. Lee. Costa Livid is 3rd, Cut Out is 4th, tight between Joyful Surprise and D-Storm.
Princess Aquila coming to the furlong pole with a looking like an unassailable lead. Princess Aquila still in front, enjoying a 6 or 7 length lead, trying to come on the inside. That Steen. Princess Aquila has blown them out of the water. They're coming to the final half a furlong. Princess Aquila has done it, taking this one from the scruff of the neck and sprinting clear. Princess Aquila and Uville Pinnock, they've gone over double digit. Looks like K-Boy second, then comes Don Pablo, always vigorous, got tied for 5th.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's for 3-year-olds and up, a claiming event, 1.5 million to 1.2 million the tag. Named for Crown Chaser, the 2024 Derby winner. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. Number 1, Ballistic Missile, 50.5 or 111 pounds. Scratch 2, Brompton Boy Lane. 3, Sippin' on Sunshine, 53 or 117. 5, Prince Aman, 52.5 or 116. 6, Taurus Boy, 55 or 121. 8, Goodbye Firefly, Demar Williams rides. 9, Tap It Good, 51.5 or 114 pounds. Wagering offered on Derby event, Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5, Rolling Triple. This is where the Strike 4 begins. Rolling Triple on its way to 400,000, Strike 4 heading to 600,000. Hurry, get your wagers on.
So runners making their way to post. This is race number 7, the Crown Chaser. And reminding you, we have a high 5 carryover in excess of 134,000, high 5 pool approaching 350,000. This is where the Strike 4 begins. Strike 4, pool approaching 1.2 million, and your rolling triple on its way to 350,000. So high 5 carryover right here in excess 134,000, pool approaching 350,000. High five pool approaching 550,000. The high five approaching 550,000. The carryover in excess 134,000, and a massive strike four pool that's approaching 1.7 million. And the rolling triple on its way to 500,000. Get your bets on as the runners are arriving at the start.
It's now time for the Crown Chaser 2024 Jamaica Derby winner. Scratch number 2, Brompton Boy. We're down to a field of 9. They go 1,000 meters straight to 500 straight. It's at 1.2 million to make that 1.2 million, up to 1.5 million of clearers. And the purse is 1,010,000. Taking number 5. And we have a late scratch. Number 4 is now out. Take out number 4. Unruly Dawn, scratched by the vet in duty at the start of the gate. So scratch number 4, Unruly Dawn. Ticket number 5, Prince Aman, first off the claim. Waiver claim option engaged, claimed on the 9th of May for 1.5 back among 1.5 claimers without a tag. Tyrus and his rights agent, Prince and owner ONS Racers of ONS Stack Room fame. You're getting 95 for Prince Aman. That's where I'm going. For second ticket number 8, Goodbye Firefly, the 4 to 5 favorite, comfortably among 1.5 claimers, as seen as his last win. Jamal Williams picks up a chance ride, replacing the injured Tajay Saku. For third, making number 7, Emperor of the Cats, 7 to 2. So working with the top selections here in the wagering. And for fourth, number 10, Dream to Reality, 5, 8, 7, 10 in the Crown Chaser. Prince Aman over Goodbye Firefly, Emperor of the Cats, and Dream to Reality.
Horse is now loading. Horse is loading for this, the 7th, the Crown Chaser. Sipping on Sunshine, the first one in. Emperor of the Cats. In at 7. Goodbye Firefly, the 3 to 5 favorite, in at 8. Rider off Taurus Boy. So loading up well underway, rolling triple on its way to 500,000, strike 4 at 1.6 million. Dream to Reality and Tap It Good load as a team. They're trying with Taurus Boy. They've opened the front of gate 6. Philip Parchment waiting in the wings. Taurus Boy is in. Prince Aman joins at 5. We wait on Ballistic Missile to come into 1. Ballistic Missile walking to 1. Ballistic Missile is in. Field in line for the Crown Chaser. 5 furlongs straight thereof. Goodbye Firefly gets a good start. Emperor of the Cats trying to match strides. Prince Aman and Sipping on Sunshine, along with Ballistic Missile, they race over on the far side as they make their way now toward the final quarter. Goodbye Firefly may just have that overall lead as they sort themselves out. Tap It Good is racing near the stands, right against it, a dream to reality. Ballistic Missile begins to tire just a little bit as they make their way now inside the final quarter. Emperor of the Cats racing in the center with Goodbye Firefly right alongside. These two going at it. Ballistic Missile on the far side with Prince Aman trying to make ground. Dream to reality in the white races with Tap It Good, but it's Goodbye Firefly who has that lead and begins to come away from them. On the far side, Prince Aman trying to close the gap. It's a Goodbye Firefly out in front, less than a 16th to run. Goodbye Firefly with that lead. Emperor of the Cats trying to close late, but Goodbye Firefly says goodbye and wins it. Emperor of the Cats just ahead of Prince Aman, could be dream to reality over Tap It Good.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, the Crown Chaser, number 8, Goodbye Firefly. 5-year-old Bay Horse by Mucho Macho Man. Shanghai Lady by Shanghai Bobby. Bred Harmony Farms. Owned Miramar Racing Club. Trainer Spencer Chung, the winning rider, Mr. Smooth, Demar Williams, the groom, Michael Reed, second. Number 7, Emperor of the Cats. Third, number 5, Prince Aman. Fourth, number 10, Dream to Reality. And fifth, number 9, Tap It Good. Final time for 5 furlong straight, 101 and 2.
Chaser. 5 furlongs straight, they're off. Goodbye Firefly gets a good start. Emperor of the Cats trying to match strides. Prince Aman and Sipping on Sunshine along with Ballistic Missile, they race over on the far side as they make their way now toward the final quarter. Goodbye Firefly may just have that overall lead as they sort themselves out. Tap It Good is racing near the stands, right against it, a dream to reality. Ballistic Missile begins to tire just a little bit as they make their way now inside the final quarter. Emperor of the Cats racing in the center with Goodbye Firefly right alongside. These two going at it. Ballistic Missile on the far side with Prince Aman trying to make ground. Dream to reality in the white races with Tap It Good, but it's Goodbye Firefly who has that lead and begins to come away from them. On the far side, Prince Aman trying to close the gap. It's a Goodbye Firefly out in front. Less than a 16th to run. Goodbye Firefly with that lead. Emperor of the Cats trying to close late, but Goodbye Firefly says goodbye and wins it. Emperor of the Cats just ahead of Prince Aman could be dream to reality over Tap It Good. In the ninth event, the Jamaica Derby, 11 Darwin now the mount of Demar Williams. Demar Williams replaces Tajay Suku on 11 Darwin in the Derby. Result of the 7th, now official. Horses to the barn, 5, Prince Aman, 8, Goodbye Firefly. 5 and 8, both go to be tested. The split's 24-1, 47-3. Final time, 5 furlongs straight, 101-2. The margin's 3 by 3/4. We had a claim in the 7th, we had a claim, 5 submitted for number 8, Goodbye Firefly. Oral Hidden for Lester Doman. Oral Hidden claims Goodbye Firefly for Lester Doman. Your attention, please. Demar Williams wanted in the storage room. Demar Williams, you are wanted in the storage room.
On to race number 8 here, and as I would have mentioned earlier, number 1, Dillsbury is the biggest loser in the book because they've been on this one from morning. Opened at $5, was bet down to about $3.50 where he's stayed since. So Dillsbury taking a lot of money from early. This one is 92 in total, $3.50 here at the fixers window, but Dillsbury a lot of money on this one. Number 2, Swashbuckler, good support for that one as well at $3.50, and chances are at $3. Good support for those as well. And number 12, Mopai, this one is currently at $2.30. And some money has been coming on at a good price for Catalina. This one currently at $10. That's number 9, Catalina, getting some support here at $10. So there's some good betting all over the place, but Dillsbury is still the one there. Really after the fixed odds windows currently at $3.50. That's the best back runner. Good luck for race number 8.
Horses take the track for the 8th. It's a maiden special weight for native bred 3-year-olds, named for I Dream Again, the 2025 winner. The distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. And number 3, chances are they weight 52.5 or 116 pounds. 4, Hendricks, 52.5 or 116. 5, Maybell, 51 or 112. 7, Steena, 52.5 or 116. 8, Sherry Marie, 50 or 110. 10, the Chef Master, 52.5 or 116. 12, Mopai, make the rider Omar Walker. 13, Classy Beaver, 53.5 or 118. Scratch 14, Queen Majesty, injured. Wagering on W Event Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five. This is where the late triple begins. And the late triple on its way to $1 million. It's at 850,000. Get your wagers on. Your attention, please, in this, the 8th event, scratch number 7, Steena. Number 7, Steena, now a scratch, injured.
Goodbye Firefly gets the job done. A chance right there for champion apprentice Demar Williams, and he gets the job done for trainer Spencer Chung and Miramar Racing Club. Live ticket count on the catch sign 177 with over 655,000 internet pool, and 2,404 live tickets are going on the 12 and over 5.5 million in that net pool. It's on to race number 8, the one before the big one, and of course the big one will be the 106 running of the Jamaica Derby. That's going to be race number 9. Race 8 is for I.G. again, last year's Jamaica Derby winner. 800 meters straight or 400 straight the trip, and the purse is $1,50,000. It's a maiden specialty event for native bred throws. Top choice is number 12. Mopai, chance ride for 6-time champion jockey Omar Walker. He rides a Hall of Fame trainer to Zan and Odanaya. Mopai raced against some useful horses early in his career. Was actually second by short head on debut November last year behind stablemate Darwin. Over 5.5 furlongs with 110 flat. Came back over 4 straight. Third by 7.5 lengths to Uncle Nally and Mohanlal. Mohanlal has won multiple races since. Was second by head to Victorious Links over 5.5 furlongs. That was in January. 109.4 the final time there. And was a length and a half clear of Dark Authority. Dark Authority has come back to win as well. Mopai on the 10th of January. Third by 3 3/4 to Bigger Boss and London Spirit. Going 7 furlongs. We'll see both Bigger Boss and London Spirit in action in the Derby. That's going to be race number 9. Mopai had a break between January and July and was chasing the pace in January behind Dreamcatcher, the eventual Thornbird Stakes winner, Portmore winner, 1,000 Guineas winner, Oaks winner. We'll see Dreamcatcher in action in the Derby. So Mopai really is a cut above the opposition here and had a break between January and July, and that effort in July, third by 8.5 lengths to Wagwan and Imagineering. Wagwan came back to win up in class. We see Wagwan in action in the Derby, and Imagineering, who was second, came back to win by a wide margin as well. So the form lines are very rich for Mopai, and Mopai with this 12 draw over 800 meters straight looks likely to show he's the way home. Number 2 is Swashbuckler, runner-up on debut, going 5 straight behind Awesome Star. Since then has raced twice, 5th by 10.5 lengths to Social Storm, and was 4th by 12 lengths behind Wagwan, Imagineering, and Mopai. Lincoln's now fitted. Rain Loose tries to repeat with number 7. They teamed up to win earlier with Confidence is High, and they'll team up in the Derby with Jamin. So look for Swashbuckler to run well at 5-2. Number 3 chances are gets 3-1. Demar Williams, more popularly known as Struggle, the champion apprentice, trying to return to Owen Sharp. And this one was 4 by 2 lengths on debut in April. That was behind Wall to Wall, Nebraska, and Super Dave. Nebraska has come back to win since. Super Dave has come back to win as well, and he won off the TVs too. So chances are, certainly has to be respected. Worked well on the 27th of July. 2 furlongs in 23 flat, so he has gotten a speed work for this assignment. And a second time Lasix, look for speed to be the order of the day here in this 4 furlong straight dash. And chances are, we'll see, chances are on the front end. Number 5 is Maybell. Experience is on her side. Has raced 9 times, 2 seconds and 4 thirds. So that should be accounting for something where it matters most. Abigail Abel rides for Jason Acosta and owner Mikey. Make it 12-2-3-5 in the I Dream again. Mopai over Swashbuckler. Chances are, and Maybell. Final triple is at 1.1 million. Minimum guarantee payout is 400,000. Best of luck.
Your attention, please. A set of keys has been lost. Anyone finding the keys, please take them to the admin security.
Closing up the front of the gate for the start of race number 8, the I Dream Again. Late triple starts here, very attractive pool. It's approaching 1.4 million. High 5 wagering offered, that's approaching 350,000. Get your bets on as they close the front of the gate for the loading process. So hurry and place your bets. So late triple now approaching 1.5 million. Your late triple approaching 1.5. Last triple of the afternoon to wager on the local card. As Hendricks, the first one to load. Horses loading for the 8th. Late triple approaching 1.5 million. The high 5 heads to 400,000. Sherry Marie could be next, gate 8. Catalina without the rider. Richie Shakes. Maybell slotted into 5. The Chef Master without the rider, Natalie Berger. That's the one they're working on, gate number 10. Working on the Chef Master. Despised in the betting at 99 to 1. So the Chef Master in at 10. Looks as though they're working on Altair, gate 11. Still working on Altair, gate 11. Even Money, that's the favorite, number 12, Mopai. This Altair is slotted into 11. 800 meters straight or 4 furlong straight. Then we get 2 to 1, the second choice. Swashbuckler from the camp of Peter John Passad, the chosen one. He looks for 100th career win. A milestone. He's churning out the winner, that stable. Let's see if he can get it here. Dillsbury heads to gate number 1, currently fancied at 4 to 1. So Dillsbury slotted into 1. Chances are Looks to be working on chances are as Mopai loads at gate number 12. So not many left to be loaded. As chances are is in gate 3. And Maybell back in at 5. Chances are acting up in gate number 3. Rada comes off. Chances are. That's DeMar Williams. He's looking for 2 on the day. Want to load. Swashbuckler. So chances are taken back out of gate 3. They're going to load Swashbuckler just ahead of chances are. Swashbuckler goes in. We wait on chances are. Very attractive late triple, going past 1.5 million. As chances are it's in for furlong straight day trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. They're off and racing. Ooh, Catalina came out swerving all over the place. Settling down on the near side, that's Mopai already with that lead. So Mopai is in front and traveling well right there to, that's Sherry Marie. Also with a chance, that's Dillsbury traveling smoothly over on the far side and tacking across to meet up with Dillsbury. That's Mopai. So it's Mopai in front. Dillsbury. This is where the race lies at the moment. Sherry Marie is behind them, and chances are as well it is Mopai. Dillsbury trying to get to Mopai. They're coming inside the final furlong. Dillsbury just doing the better from Mopai. Mopai trying to get to Dillsbury, but Dillsbury begins to go away, and Dillsbury goes on to beat Mopai. Then comes Hendricks. Looks like Maybell is in fourth. A banger finish for the 5th spot. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, the I Dream Again, and number 1, Dillsbury. 3-year-old Bay Colt by Wow Wow. Curlin's Macbeth by Perfect Curlin. Bred Michael Bernard, owned Micros. Second one on the card for Anthony Baba Nunes. Congratulations, trainer. The winning rider, nice ride from Shane Richardson. The groom, Omar Hewitt, second. Number 12, Mopai. Third, number 4, Hendricks, fourth. Number 5, Maybell, and fifth, number 11, Altair. Final time for 800 meters or 4 furlong straight, 49 flat. They're off and racing. Ooh, Catalina came out swerving all over the place. Settling down on the near side, that's Mopai already with that lead. So Mopai is in front and traveling well right there too. That's Sherry Marie. Also with a chance, that's Dillsbury traveling smoothly over on the far side and tacking across to meet up with Dillsbury. That's Mopai. So it's Mopai in front, Dillsbury. This is where the race lies at the moment. Sherry Marie is behind them, and chances are as well it is Mopai. Dillsbury trying to get to Mopai. They're coming inside the final furlong. Dillsbury just doing the better from Mopai. Mopai trying to get to Dillsbury, but Dillsbury begins to go away, and Dillsbury goes on to beat Mopai. Then comes Hendricks. Looks like Maybell is in fourth. A banger finish for the fifth spot.
Result of the 8th. Now official horses to the barn. 1, Dillsbury. 5, Maybell. 1 and 5 go to be tested. The split was 24 seconds. The final time, 5 furlongs straight, 49 seconds. The margins 1 3/4 by 4.5. We have a carryover in the high five coming up in the Derby. The Derby high five carryover in excess of $256,000. Get your wagers on.
On to the big one here, and it's the race 9, the Jamaica Derby, and a lot of good betting taking place in this one. But of course, the best back runner here is the even money tote favorite, and that is number 10, We Jammin'. We Jammin' currently at $1.70 at the fixed odds winners, but a lot of other horses are getting some good support. London Spirit currently at $5.50. Stardom number 12. Stardom currently at $4. Dreamcatcher even getting some attention at the fixed odds winners at $4. Then there's Mohan Lal at 6. Scenario Scotty at 7, and even Salute the Don $3.50. So a lot of betting all over the place at the fixed odds winners, but number 10, We Jam in the top favorite, very rock solid here, $1.70 at the fixed odds winner. This one is even a little getting more support relative to the others compared to the top because it's even money in the top. So if you're not looking to try We Jam in at $1.70 at the fixed odds winners, a lot of good prices to place as well. So if you don't think you catch a winner, first, second, or third, a lot of good prices here to play. So head to your fixed odds windows and have yourself a bet in the Jamaica Derby. Good luck for race number 9.
We're jamming. Of course, my name is Lewis, and the jockey's name is Lewis. I cannot go against a Lewis. So, we're jamming is what I work with, right? That's my horse in this race. Well, I'm not focused on any other horse other than jamming, so therefore, I don't have a second. There's no plan B in this. I'm just going with Lewis. Sorry, so I can't help you with that. Haddadin is in the race as well. I like him as a jockey, so therefore, I maybe go and support him to run second in this race. So if my horse cannot win, then Haddadin is his name, right? The jockey, then I'll go with him.
I have Dreamcatcher to win since she's the only filly in the race, and we actually bred her. So we do have.
If there is to be an upset winner, who would you pick?
An upset winner. One of Azan's horses. Probably Darwin, the 11 horse.
Stardom is my horse to win the Jamaica Derby. Stardom because I'm an owner of Stardom. So I think I should carry my horse.
I think Stardom should win. Reason, although We Jammin' has beaten most of the horses in the race already, he's a little bit suspect coming the trip. But Stardom is actually bred to get the trip, and with a good jockey, and the way the race is going to be set up, he should win.
Looking at the lineup here, I noticed Trainer Acosta have 5 horses in the race, right? And one of them is the only filly in the race. That horse won a big race a couple weeks ago. If I was to stick out, I would go with that horse. It's a lone filly, Dreamcatcher. I would think Dreamcatcher has a very good chance of winning. Only filly in the race. Being allowed about 5 pounds, and I think I'll make the trip. Well, I think the favorite last is Jockey in an earlier race, right? I don't know who is the substitute trainer, Jockey, but it's up for grabs, right? But as I say, I'm going with the lone filly in the race. And that's my choice. Right? But it's a well-open race. Any number can play. With a big field like this and the conditions, you don't know. It's a guess.
I think the 16 horses today is going to dead heat. We have worked on the program for the 3-year-olds, and it's a massive victory for Caymanas Park today. So I think Caymanas Park wins when you have 16 horses in a derby. Excellent. This is a big encouragement for the Jamaican breds and the breeders, and I think we're turning the corner for the Jamaican bred horses. So I think Caymanas Park, all the trainers and owners that have prepared their horses for the race, good luck. You have all done well to be here today.
Horses take the track for the 9th. It's the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. It's a futurity for native-bred 3-year-olds over 2,400 meters or a mile and a half. Number 1 is Senor Biscotti. Bred Monica Zand, Onaya. Trained Richard Azan. Omar Walker rides. The groom Timothy Thomas. 2 Maverick. Bred Orange Valley Estates Limited. Owned Carlton Watson. Trained Jason DaCosta. Calvin Bailey rides. The groom Michael McLean. 3 Joe Boxer. Bred Debbie Clark, owned Debridge Racing, owned Barrington Bernard, trained Barrington Bernard, the rider Richie Shakes, the groom Michael Lawrence. 4 Wa Aguan, bred Donald Webby, owned Oak Ridge Farms, trained Christopher Pierre, Bebito Harvey rides, the groom Derek Beckford. 5 is London Spirit, bred Karen Passard, owned Carlton Watson, trained Jason DaCosta. Tevin Foster rides, the groom Kirkland Samuels. Number 6, Isle of Birdie. Bred, owned, trained Fitzroy Gillespie. Philip Parchment rides, the groom Kenneth Marriott. 7 is a Bigger Boss. Bred Karen Passard, owned Carlton Watson, Von White, Elizabeth DaCosta. Trained Jason DaCosta. Robert Halladine rides, the groom Leon Walker. 8 Dreamcatcher. Bred D.L. Fernando and Alexander J. Cools Lartigue, owned Vinue Taylor. A trained Jason DaCosta. Shaheem Gordon rides, the groom Kirkland Samuels. 9 is Mohan Lal. Bred Richard Azan and Wilbert Bagwan Dean, also the owners. Trained Richard Azan. Ian Spence rides, the groom Timothy Thomas. 10 We Jammin'. Bred Vincent Lumsden, old Paul Lumsden. Trained Peter John Passard. Rayan Lewis rides, the groom Frank Spencer. 11 is Darwin. Bred Richard Azan, Onaya, trained Richard Azan. Damar Williams rides, the groom Leroy Wolf. 12 Stardom, bred Ham Stables Limited, owned Weir Family. A trained Gare Sobrati. Anthony Thomas rides, the groom Lindell Bennett. 13 Eye of the Tiger, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned Elizabeth DaCosta. Trained Jason DaCosta. Abigail Abel rides, the groom Warren Thompson. 14 Strong Avenue, bred Barrington Daly, owned Mr. Sam. Trained Patrick Lynch. Paul Francis rides, the groom Gorian Lynch. 15 Prosperity Sen, bred Barrington Daly, owned Colin Elcock. Trained Alfred Brown. Tyrese Anderson rides, the groom Herbert Cousins. 16 Salute the Don, bred the late Donald Webby, owned Oak Ridge Farms. Trained Gare Sobrati. Dane Dawkins rides, the groom Leon Suku. Wagering on a double event, exacta, it's a late double. Quinella Trifecta Superfecta High 5 with a carryover in excess of 256,000. High 5 on its way to 500,000. Get your wagers on.
Dillsbury returns off an 8-month break and had his debut in December, beaten third behind the Phenomenal Power and Prodigious Power Nothing on the caliber of those horses present here. Despite the one draw in a big field of 13, was able to tack across and run on strong to get the job done, getting the better of the favorite, Mopai, in that final drive to the wire. Live ticket count on the Kets 9 down to 15, with over 655,000 in the net pool, and 400 tickets are going on the Twilight 6 side of things, and 5.5 million is in that net pool. It's now on to the big one, the one we've been waiting all year long for. The 106 running of the Jamaica Derby, maximum field of 16, a cavalry charge, going 2,400 meters or 12 furlongs, a grueling distance for native bred trios. It's a futurity event, the third and final leg of the Triple Crown series, and the purse is $7.5 million. Let's take a look at the Derby. Independence Day, of course, and we celebrate our Independence Day with our best native bred trios in the land, going 2,400 meters. Top choice is number 12, Stardom. Anthony Thomas, more popularly known as Awesome Anthony, also known as St. Mary. He's visiting specifically for this mount, and he rides here for Trinidad Gear Sobriety. They have teamed up at Gulfstream Park to win multiple races, so very good indicator of what's expected from Stardom. Stardom is bred in the purple by Sensational Slam out of the Bernardino Dam Trinket box. That makes him a full brother to former Derby winner Calculus, who's also trained by Gear Sobriety. Stardom won the Kingston in upset fashion at 13-1, beating Salute Dawn, God's Plan and Company. That race also included We Jammin'. Run-up in the 2,000 guineas behind Salute Dawn in a driving finish, ran on quite strongly with 57 kilos and just 3/4 of a length in arrears there. Strong Avenue was a close-up third. Was sent off the 2-1 favorite in the St. Ledger and wasn't able to justify the favoritism. Finished 6 by 10 and 3/4 lengths with Jammin', Salute Dawn, and London Spirit, among others. So he's in a rematch with those horses, and it's going to be an interesting rematch. Now gets 2 furlongs longer to travel. He's bred to see out the distance, and he looks quite well, and he's at odds of 7-2. I'm taking Stardom to rise to the occasion and get the job done. Number 10, Jammin', obviously has proven himself as the best colt in the land. Won the Prince Consort Stakes on his seasonal, make that his second appearance for the season in impressive fashion, beating Dash All Day and Salute Dawn. Then he ran below expectations at 1-5 in the Kingston, 6 by 7.5 lengths of Stardom, Salute Dawn, and God's Plan. And then he missed the 2,000 guineas, but rebounded well in the St. Ledger on the 5th of July, won by 4.5 lengths, beating Salute Dawn and London Spirit. Has 2 furlongs longer to travel, doesn't appear to have any stamina limitations at all. Ray Lewis picks up the mount once again for Trainer Peter Dumbasard, and owner Paul Lumsden, who Jammin', most certainly will make his presence really well felt. He's going to have some company on the lead, though, of course, his usual nemesis, Salute Dawn, among others that are stepping in here, looking quite sharp as well. Number 16 is Salute Dawn. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount, and he knows this one well. Won with him in the Sir Howard Stakes. That was going 6 furlongs in 1:13.4, and he was third aboard him in the Prince Consort, and prior to that, he won on him on debut. So he knows him well. He gets the widest post field of 16, and most certainly you can expect Salute Dawn to before the place. He should make things quite challenging for anybody that wants to lead from this outside post. You also have number 8, Dreamcatcher, winner of the Oaks on the 1st of August. That was on Emancipation Day on Saturday. Won in 2:07.4, which works out to be a full second faster than that 2:08.4 that the Colts did in the St. Ledger. So on a line through that, and that alone, we have to respect your chances here. Interesting choice of rider, Shaheem Gordon, the apprentice, picks up the mount. His first Derby. Congrats to Shaheem Gordon. And of course, he rides with Ace DaCosta and Tevin Foster, notably, who was aboard to victory in the Oaks. He's hopped off to ride number 5, London Spirit. London Spirit gets good support at odds of 7-2. So trainer Ace DaCosta appears to have a strong hand here with both Dreamcatcher and London Spirit. It appears to be one of the most open derbies in quite a while, despite the presence of an even money favorite on the board. I'm taking number 12, Stardom, to get the better of number 10, with Jammin', then 16, Salute Dawn, and 8, Dreamcatcher.
They've closed up the front of the gates for the 106th running of the Derby. Eye of the Tiger, Abigail Abel, the first female jockey to ride in the Derby. So good luck, Abby, making history as the runners parade behind the gates. High Five on its way to 900,000. Late Double, heading for a 2.1 million. Get your wagers on. Horses now loading for the Derby. First one in, Senor Biscotti. Omar Walker up. They bring Maverick to 2. Maverick is in. Wagwan in at 4. Double continues to head to 2.1. Wagwan is in with Babito Harvey. Isle of Birdie loads at 6. The Oaks winner, a Dream Catcher, coming into 8. Mohan Lal will load at 9. Darwin walking to 11. Darwin is in. They try with Stardom. Anthony Thomas getting the ride. Awesome Anthony. Stardom is in. Eye of the Tiger and the Lady of the Moment, Abigail Abel, loaded 13. Prosperity Sen they try with at 15. Goes in. Bigger Boss is in at 7. Loading up almost completed for the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. The favorite, the St. Ledger winner, We Jammin'. Salute the Don is in. London Spirit is in. And we wait on the favorite, We Jammin'. 1.5 miles. Grueling stuff. Who will stay the trip? We Jammin' is in. Field in line for the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. And they're off for the Derby. Bigger Boss gets a good start in the center. A Dream Catcher is also up with the front runners. Eye of the Tiger has speed and is also running pretty quickly. With Jammin' is right up there with the fractions as well as they make their way toward us for the first time. On the far rail, Joe Boxer is racing up there, but Eye of the Tiger now looks to take a slim advantage. Joe Boxer is chasing. Toward the outside, Strong Avenu with Jammin' in between horses. Bigger Boss in the orange silks is right up close as well as Eye of the Tiger leads them past us for the first time. A Bigger Boss in second. Strong Avenu and We Jammin' racing up with Joe Boxer. Wagwan races on the rail. Just toward the outside, that's a Dream Catcher and a Mohan Lal. Salute the Don has made progress. A break back to I Love Birdie. London Spirit is pasted to the rail. Stardom now beginning to overtake horses along with Darwin. I Love Birdie dropping back a bit. Maverick is racing on the rail right alongside her. Darwin out 3 wide. Senor Biscotti now making some progress. And at the back of the field, it is Prosperity Sen as they go behind the board and make their way toward the 6 on the back stretch. Eye of the Tiger, Abigail Abel trying to go all the way. Bigger Boss is chasing in second, a length down. Strong Avino is racing down into third spot, with Jamin is held 6 lengths off that lead. Salute the Don being reserved on the outside of Joe Boxer. Dreamcatcher races up next to the yellow sleeves. London Spirit and Mohan Alal race up as a team, and behind them that is Maverick asked to make ground. Stardom now asked to also get closer all the while. Wagwan is racing on the rail. Senor Biscotti and Isle of Birdie race up next. A gap back to Prosperity Sen, and Darwin now trails the field as the Derby runners make their way into the turn. They leave the 7/16th. It is Bigger Boss now, just the leader. There goes on the outside now, asked to kick in. That is with Jamin, and with Jamin now makes a big move and takes charge up front as they flash past the 5/16th. Bigger Boss is under a ride. Maverick is chasing out wide, but with Jamin, the St. Ledger winner brings the Derby field into the lane. Here is a surprise of the party. Maverick on the outside, and now Maverick strikes the front with Jamin, looks to have shut off down against the rail. It is Maverick with that lead, driving past the furlong pole. Maverick holding them off. Under Calvin Bailey, they drive toward the final 16th. It is Maverick out in front with the advantage. London Spirit beginning to run on. The Jason da Costa pair. One of them's going to take the Derby, and it looks to be very tight in the end between London Spirit and Maverick. They've gone by together, too close to call. Then I Love Birdie with Jamin fading, and Stardom is back in 5th.
What a thriller it was. This 106 running of the Jamaica Derby did not disappoint. Came down to a thrilling finish. The winner separated by a nose. In the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, the 106 running of the Jamaica Derby, and number 5, London Spirit. 3-year-old Bay Colt by Burn Identity, Bluefield by Haynesfield, bred Karen Prasad. Owned champion owner, Carlton Watson, champion trainer, Jason DaCosta, the winner. And the winning rider, terrific Tevin Foster, with a terrific stretch drive, the groom, Kirkland Samuel. Champion trainer and champion owner, Jason and Carlton, also for the exacta, second. Number 2, Maverick. A third, number 6, I Love Birdie. Fourth, number 10, We Jammin'. And a fifth, number 12, Stardom. Final time for 2,400 meters are 12 furlongs, 2 minutes, 36 seconds, and 4/5 of a second.
Abigail Abel set the table for the not Wayne DaCosta, Jason DaCosta charge at the end of the event. First woman to ride in the Derby. Abby, you had the seat on Eye of the Tiger. You led them comfortably. Talk to me about the race.
Okay, so earlier on, before the race, me and the trainer, we had a discussion. Yeah, the trainer said, break, go in front, don't rush him, but you can claim this, you can claim the lead because you are the speed. So that was exactly what I did, and go around. They were there, and I was just doing my thing.
At what point in the race did you realize that he had given you enough?
About the 3 furlong then, because about the 3 furlong, more start drying, so I realized, all right, then this is him.
You're a history maker, and you played a part in your stable doing very well. How do you feel about the outcome, even though your horse didn't win?
Honestly, I'm super proud. And congrats to the trainer, the jockey, the owner, and also the groom.
Well done.
Thank you.
Abigail Abel there, the first woman to ride in the Derby, and she was aboard Eye of the Tiger, the pace setter in the event. Waiting for the rest of the connections to come, and looking to get a word with Jason DaCosta, also to get a word with Tevin Foster, the jockey of the winner, and just waiting for the connections to come, looking to summon Jason DaCosta over to the interview position. He's walking over now. So Maverick looked all over the winner, but then London Spirit came charging through to give this man another big race success. Jason Acosta, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Your race plan. Talk to us about your race plan going in.
Well, I had a few closers, so I have the Tiger to the lead with Abigail able to set the pace, and it worked out beautifully.
Maverick looked all over the winner. Was that the one you expected to be carrying the race at the point he was in front and had the race at his mercy?
Well, the instructions I gave him was that he must start on the pace. So I knew he was going to be the first one to pounce on them, and London Spirit to close later.
London Spirit, 13 runs before today, 1 victory. This horse looked like a Derby horse as a 2-year-old, but was slow to come to hand. What was the particular issue with him?
He had no issue. He was just a very immature 2-year-old, immature early 3-year-old, and he's just now coming to himself. The last month, I mean, he surprised us in the St. Leger. He was the only one coming home, and since the St. Leger, he worked like an A-class horse coming into this race. I was always quietly confident.
And talk to me about the ride for Tevin Foster today on London Spirit.
Well, it was a good ride. I know he got into some traffic problems on the backstretch, but he really produced him and brought him home.
And there's nothing like a plan that comes together, so the stable, the team must be very happy.
Oh, elated. I mean, there's no words for it. I'm just grateful. Congrats to Mr. Watson. And this one is all for him. So, yeah, man. And thank you to the whole crew for all the hard work put in.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Jason Acosta there, the winning trainer. Tevin Foster gets a hug and a high five from the trainer as he walks into the shot. And they're having a little discussion. And I just have to wait for that to run its course before Tevin Foster comes and speaks to me. It's a post-race briefing that the jockey is giving to the trainer. And we allow them that because they've just created history together, even though my producer is trying to hurry them along. But Caymanas Park, nice again because of the victory of London Spirit. Tevin Foster, congratulations, man.
Definitely.
You had a couple choices in the race and you chose London Spirit. Why?
Well, definitely. I know this horse will sustain the distance. After watching him run in the St. Leger and third, knowing from a longer time the trainer had confidence in him that he will win the Derby, definitely. So I just want to come out here today and get a clean trip, and I know he was going to bring it home, definitely.
It looked as if you had some trouble down the backstretch. Take me from the backstretch. After you navigated the clubhouse and you were on the backstretch proper, what route did you take from there?
I took the rail run. His horse, when he's on the railing in the morning, he's in the best condition and the best shape, so I know that he loved the railing. However, leaving the half-mile pole, a space was there and I trying to go through, but however, the leader kind of slowed down the pace a lot, so everybody jaw breaks at that time. And I didn't have any room, so I was just trying to get a clean run, turning for home. It never went so well, but however, when he get the room and I asked him to run, he gave me a tremendous kick.
The leader was traveling well and the winning post was coming fast. Did you think he had enough ground to catch him?
Not certainly, not certainly. But after seeing the leader, I drift out a bit. I knew he was tired, so at the rate, at the speed my horse come in, I said, all right, don't commit post, don't commit. I know we'll catch him.
You've done some tremendous things in your young career today, Tevin. Is this your finest moment?
Definitely. Winning the Oaks and winning the Derby. Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. I say give thanks to the Almighty, the trainer, the groom. However, this groom just get this horse recently and he's done a tremendous job. I'll give him credit for that. And I also give thanks to my family, give thanks to my supporters, my agent, each and every trainer that support me thus far in my career. I give thanks and I appreciate the support a lot and just continue to support me throughout my career.
Excellent, man. Congratulations again.
You're welcome.
Tevin Foster there, the winning jockey. London Spirit getting there in the final bob. A nose separated London Spirit from Maverick. Carlton Watson, the owner. Jason Acosta, the trainer. The stable, very happy. It's a race that went perfectly to plan from the Acosta perspective. Everything they hoped for happened, fell into place. There's nothing like a plan that comes together.
Result of the ninth official Horses to the barn. 2, Maverick. 5, London Spirit. 6, I Love Birdie. 10 with Jammin'. 2, 5, 6, 10 all go to the barn. The splits are half-mile raced in 49.4, 116, 142.1, 10 furlongs in 209.4. The Derby distance 236 and 4. The margins are nose by 1 3/4. We have a carryover in the high five coming up, a whopping 905,348 and 37 cents. So have a look at your monitors. There is the photograph showing London Spirit beating Maverick, stablemate, in the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. Field in line for the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. And they're off for the Derby. Bigger Boss gets a good start in the center. A Dreamcatcher is also up with the front runners. Eye of the Tiger has speed and is also running pretty quickly. With Jammin' is right up there with the fractions as well as they make their way toward us for the first time. On the far rail, Joe Boxer is racing up there, but Eye of the Tiger now looks to take a slim advantage. Joe Boxer is chasing. Toward the outside, Strong Avenue with Jammin' in between horses. Bigger Boss in the orange silks is right up close as well as Eye of the Tiger leads them past us for the first time. A Bigger Boss in second. Strong Avenue and we Jammin' racing up with Joe Boxer. Wagwan races on the rail. Just toward the outside, that's a Dreamcatcher and a Mohan Lal. Salute the Dawn has made progress. A break back to I Love Birdie. London Spirit is pasted to the rail. Stardom now beginning to overtake horses along with Darwin. I Love Birdie dropping back a bit. Maverick is racing on the rail right alongside her. Darwin out 3 wide. Senor Biscotti now making some progress. And at the back of the field, it is Prosperity Sen as they go behind the board and make their way toward the 6 on the back stretch. Eye of the Tiger. Abigail Abel trying to go all the way. Bigger Boss is chasing in second, a length down. Strong Avenue is racing down into third spot, with Jammin' is held 6 lengths off that lead. Salute the Dawn being reserved on the outside of Joe Boxer. Dreamcatcher races up next to the yellow sleeves. London Spirit and Mohan Lal race up as a team. And behind them, that is Maverick asked to make ground. Stardom now asked to also get closer all the while. Wagwan is racing on the rail. Senor Biscotti and I Love Birdie race up next. A gap back to Prosperity Sen, and Darwin now trails the field as the Derby runners make their way into the turn. They leave the 7/16. It is Bigger Boss now, just the leader. There goes on the outside now, asked to kick in. That is with Jammin', and with Jammin' now makes a big move and takes charge up front as they flash past the 5/16. Bigger Boss is under a ride. Maverick is chasing out wide, but with Jammin', the St. Ledger winner brings the Derby field into the lane. Here is a surprise of the party. Maverick on the outside, and now Maverick strikes the front with Jammin', looks to have shut off down against the rail. It is Maverick with that lead, driving past the furlong pole. Maverick holding them off. Under Calvin Bailey, they drive toward the final 16th. It is Maverick out in front with the advantage. London Spirit beginning to run on. The Jason DaCosta pair. One of them's going to take the Derby, and it looks to be very tight in the end between London Spirit and Maverick. They've gone by together, too close to call. Then I Love Birdie with Jammin' fading, and Stardom is back in 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. Making the presentations, Mr. Solomon Sharp, Executive Chairman SVREL, and first up for the winning owner, Carlton Watson, represented by Elizabeth DeCoster. And of course, champion owner Carlton Watson at the exacta in the Derby. Mr. Sharp will present to the winning trainer, champion trainer Jason DaCosta. He's also responsible for the exacta, and that thrilling finish. Next up, the winning jock, terrific Tevin Foster, and what a terrific ride it was. In time. And of course, Tevin is sponsored by True Shake Nutrition Shake, and I suppose he was powered by True Shake Nutrition Shake as well. The winning breeder, Donovan Wilson will collect for the winning breeder. Winning breeder Karen Prasad, and she is the champion breeder, Karen Prasad. So the champions in action in the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. Last but not least, the winning groom, Kirkland Samuel, will be represented by Wayne Henry. And the presentation is completed. So we congratulate the winning connections of the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. And next up, we'll have the ceremonial Derby cake cutting.
Your attention, please, in today's 10th and final, scratch number 5, Impressive Force. Race 10 coming up, 5, Impressive Force, scratched, injured.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, attention call to the winners enclosure for the cake cutting, Derby cake cutting. So the winning connections gather for the cutting of the Derby cake. Lining up for the cut. Knives are in. Set for a start. And they're off and cutting.
Horses are on the track for today's 10th, the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO RODRIQUEZ Trophy. It's an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The distance 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, Mojito, 51 kilos or 112 pounds. Shaheem Gordon rides. Number 2, Unspun, 52 or 115. 4, Wall Street Trader, 54 or 119. Scratch 5, Impressive Force injured. 6, Rocket Fire Seb, 53 or 117. 8, Supremacy, 49.5 or 109. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta High 5 with a carryover, a whopping one, 905,000 plus. Get your wagers on.
So they've closed up the front of the gate for the start of race number 10, the 10th and final, the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriquez Trophy. We have a massive high five carryover in excess 905,000, and the pool is approaching $1 million. So if you can cash in on this high five to close the card, there's a big payout awaiting you. So potentially a big payout awaiting you. The high five pool approaching $1 million, carryover in excess 905,000. And don't forget tomorrow, starting tomorrow on simulcast, we'll have mandatory payouts all the way till next week, Wednesday. Mandatory payouts coming your way. Tomorrow it will be Saratoga and Del Mar. Loading up, about to start here in the 10th and final. Horses loading, on spun, the first one to load. Divine Force, gate number 3. Wall Street Trader. Gate 4, that's filled. Rocket Fire Seb. Gate number 6. Of course, we simulcast until about 10 o'clock this evening. And we close with Charlestown, one of the favorite night tracks for simulcast players. Miss Grove, gate number 11, that's filled. Royal Poppy heads to gate number 10. Royal Poppy's in. And that's the 4-5 favorite. Royal Poppy. Linguist could be next, gate 9. Interesting times ahead, gate number 7. Mojito moving to gate 1. Supremacy, gate number 8. And we have a line. 7.5 furlong the trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. Often Racing. Missing it at the back of the field. That's Divine Force missing it and racing at the back of the field. They head down the backstretch and make their way towards the 6th. And it is a Supremacy on that lead. Supremacy just on the inside of Supremacy. That's interesting times ahead. Out wide, Miss Grove is quite early. On Spun comes next. Then comes Rocket Fire Zeb. Just behind them and tacking onto the tail of those, that's Mojito. Another length or so before we come to Divine Force recovering. Held together behind them. That's Wall Street Trader, then comes Linguist, and just at the back of the field, that's Royal Poppy. They head toward the 4, and on that lead, Mojito and Supremacy. Supremacy going on from Mojito right there, and watching them from 3rd. On Spun going down into it, but it is on that lead. Supremacy in front, traveling well. Mojito coming back for more, also trying to come on. That's Miss Grove. Watch on the inside, that's interesting times ahead. Supremacy in front, trying to make all the way. It's Supremacy in front. Mojito trying to come up on the rail. Interesting times ahead is also coming on, coming out wide and still there. That is Miss Grove. It's still Supremacy hanging on, but here comes the Mojito. And interesting times ahead. Supremacy keeping on. Interesting times ahead, trying to get to Supremacy. Supremacy tying up, but the wire is there. Supremacy beats interesting times ahead. Then comes Mojito. Divine Force back in 5th, Miss Grove. And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 10, the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriquez Trophy, number 8, Supremacy. 5-year-old bay horse by Savoy Stomp. Beware Baby by Friendly Lover. Bred Ham Stables Limited, Oniardi Stable. Third win on the card for Anthony Baba Nunes. Congratulations, trainer. The winning rider, Jaheim Anderson. The groom, Adrian Taylor. Second, number 7, Interesting Times Ahead. Third, number 1, Mojito. Fourth, number 3, Divine Force. And fifth, number 11, Miss Grove. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 130 flat.
So there is now a Stewards inquiry looking at an incident at the 800-meter point. Please hold all tickets. Stewards inquiry.
Off and racing. Missing it at the back of the field. That's Divine Force missing it and racing at the back of the field. They head down the backstretch and make their way towards the 6. And it is a Supremacy on that lead. Supremacy just on the inside of Supremacy. That's Interesting Times Ahead. Out wide, Miss Grove is quite early. Unspun comes next, then comes Rocket Fire Zeb. Just behind them and tacking on to the tail of those, that's Mojito. Another length or so before we come to Divine Force recovering. Held together behind them. That's Wall Street Trader, then comes Linguist, and just at the back of the field, that's Royal Poppy. They head toward the 4, and on that lead, Mojito and Supremacy. Supremacy going on from Mojito right there, and watching them from 3rd. Unspun going down into it, but it is on that lead. Supremacy in front, traveling well. Mojito coming back for more, also trying to come on. That's Miss Grove. Watch on the inside, that's Interesting times ahead. Supremacy in front, trying to make all the way. It's Supremacy in front. Mojito trying to come up on the rail. Interesting times ahead. Is also coming on, coming out wide and still there. That is Miss Grove. It's still Supremacy hanging on, but here comes the Mojito. And interesting times ahead. Supremacy keeping on. Interesting times ahead, trying to get to Supremacy. Supremacy tying up, but the wire is there. Supremacy beats Interesting times ahead. Then comes Mojito. Divine Force back in fifth, Miss Grove.
And after the stewards' inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish. Result of the 10th now official. Horses to the barn. 8 Supremacy, 11 Miss Grove. 8 and 11 go to be tested. Split 24, 46, 110, 3. 7.5 furlongs raced in 1 minute 30. The margins are half by 3.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention call to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy. Making the presentation, Mr. Brian Pummel, and he makes it to Nicole Lawrence, collecting for the owners, Yardy Stables. Special presentation to the winning jockey, a gear bag with jockey's gear. Making the presentation, Oliver Buchanan to Christine Gordon, representing the winning jockey. That's Jaheim Anderson. And to the winning groom, a brand new cell phone. Presentation made by Michelle Ebanks. And collecting for the groom, Annika Laidley. And of course, the jockey's gear and cell phone donated by the Jamaica Thoroughbred Horsemen Foundation. Congratulations to the winning connection, race number 10, the third running of the EMELIO BIMBO Rodriguez Trophy.
So that brings an end to the local part of the show. A fantastic derby run today, a driving finish. Jason DaCosta, Carlton Watson, first and second. Stand by for your recap. You're going to have it from Michael Kane when ready.
A great day of thoroughbred racing has come to a closure here once again at Caymanas Park, and it was not just any day. It was Independence Day. It was also Jamaica Derby Day. The final leg of the Jamaica Triple Crown was on show, and my, did it turn out to be a thriller? A nose separated the top two finishers, and of course, 82-1. Maverick looked likely to create a massive upset. 25 yards from home, Calvin Bailey had not won a race so far this season, and almost won the Derby.
Story, but notwithstanding the fact that Maverick didn't get home, just denied. It was a fascinating race, and when we see the replay and then we do the post analysis, there'll be some things that we want to highlight to the race fans today.
Definitely. Leading lights on the card in the Jockeys Corner, Dane Dawkins, he rode a double, and we had Anthony Nunes. He started the show with a triple on the card there, and trainer Peter Dubassard had a milestone 100th career win. Just started trading a couple years ago.
Extremely well done.
My batchmate, and he's at 100 right now. So congrats there to trainer Peter Dubassard on winning his 100th race with confidence. He's high, ridden by Ryan Lewis, and that's Anthony Nunes starting the show in the trainer section there. Jason Acosta had one win. And that's also the most important win on the day. Also had the exacta. So we're going to take a look at the replay of the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby.
The line for the 106th running of the Jamaica Derby. And they're off for the Derby. Bigger Boss gets a good start in the center. A Dreamcatcher is also up with the front runners. Eye of the Tiger has speed and is also running pretty quickly. With Jamin is right up there with the fractions as well as they make their way toward us for the first time. On the far rail, Joe Boxer is racing up there, but Eye of the Tiger now looks to take a slim advantage. Joe Boxer is chasing. Toward the outside, Strong Avenue with Jamin in between horses. Bigger Boss in the orange silks is right up close as well as Eye of the Tiger leads them past us for the first time. A Bigger Boss in second. Strong Avenue and we Jamin racing up with Joe Boxer. Wagwan races on the rail. Just toward the outside, that's a Dreamcatcher and a Mohan Lal. Salute the Dawn has made progress. A break back to I Love Birdie. London Spirit is pasted to the rail. Stardom now beginning to overtake horses along with Darwin. I Love Birdie dropping back a bit. Maverick is racing on the rail right alongside her. Darwin out three wide. Senor Biscotti now making some progress. And at the back of the field, it is Prosperity Sen as they go behind the board and make their way toward the six on the back stretch. Eye of the Tiger, Abigail Abel trying to go all the way. Bigger Boss is chasing in second, a length down. Strong Avino is racing down into third spot, with Jamin is held 6 lengths off that lead. Salute the Dawn being reserved on the outside of Joe Boxer. Dreamcatcher races up next to the yellow sleeves. London Spirit and Mohan Alal race up as a team, and behind them that is Maverick asked to make ground. Stardom now asked to also get closer all the while. Wagwan is racing on the rail. Senor Biscotti and I Love Birdie race up next. A gap back to Prosperity Sen, and Darwin now trails the field as the Derby runners make their way into the turn. They leave the 7/16th. It is Bigger Boss now, just the leader. There goes on the outside now, asked to kick in. That is with Jamin, and with Jamin now makes a big move and takes charge up front as they flash past the 5/16th. Bigger Boss is under a ride. Maverick is chasing out wide, but with Jamin, the St. Ledger winner brings the Derby field into the lane. Here is a surprise of the party. Maverick on the outside, and now Maverick strikes the front with Jamin, looks to have shut off down against the rail. It is Maverick with that lead, driving past the furlong pole. Maverick holding them off. Under Calvin Bailey, they drive toward the final 16th. It is Maverick out in front with the advantage. London Spirit beginning to run on. The Jason Acosta pair. One of them's going to take the Derby, and it looks to be very tight in the end between London Spirit and Maverick. They've gone by together, too close to call. Then I Love Birdie with Jamin fading, and Stardom is back in fifth.
So 2:36 and 4/5 of a second there, driving finish, and that's London Spirit, Tevin Foster at his best. And Maverick, we just looked at the replay a while ago, John, maybe some 3.5 lengths clear, half a furlong from home. How did Maverick lose that race? 82-1 and all, but the actual event itself, to see him so far in front, so close to home, and still gets a nose short.
Yeah, you know, in racing at the highest level, the jockeys tell you sometimes that they don't want to hit the front too early. And maybe Maverick hit the front too early in the straight. If you notice, his jockey was not bustling as Tevin Foster was trying to, because Tevin Foster had the target to aim at, so that was his advantage. Maverick's disadvantage was that Bailey would have heard a horse coming and then would have realized that, oh, I need to really get moving, needed to ask Maverick for everything. So he was a target to be shot at, and Tevin Foster fired very well. But Mike, let's talk about the plan in the race. Abigail Abel controlling the fractions on Eye of the Tiger. And I don't know if she deliberately slowed it down or Eye of the Tiger was getting tired, but about 4.5 furlongs out, the pace would have dropped. And when you look at the sectionals, you realize that that's what happened. And that slowing of the pace caused that traffic jam at a point, because that's when Tevin Foster was saying he was trapped where he was and really didn't have anywhere to go. Some other horses would have been impeded. Who got the run of the race at that point was with Jamin, because he managed to take a mid-track route so that when Bigger Boss took up the running from Eye of the Tiger, we Jamin catapulted into the lead and committed for home from 2.5 furlongs out. Now, if you're going to commit for home 2.5 furlongs out in a 1.5 mile contest, you have to have stamina to take you home. And we've been asking the stamina question about with Jamin and some other horses. We got our answer this afternoon. He didn't quite see out a 1.5 miles, and that's why he gave up the lead so quickly when straightening, because as Maverick came calling, there was no resistance from Wijamin, and then it was a test of stamina. And then Maverick became the target, and London Spirit, who had daylight, had a clear run, was just being asked to whittle away at that lead stride by stride, and he managed to get there in the end. It was a fascinating race, though.
Definitely an exciting race, and we saw Maverick clearly getting the first run on Owie Jamin, and I think that the game plan would have been just as it played out. Eye of the Tiger to dictate terms early, Maverick to take on with Jamin when Jamin struck the lead. And one didn't expect that, as you said. Maverick would have just swept by with Jamin having no opposition at all, and then found himself so far in front at 82-1. And really would have created one of the more massive upsets that I've seen in the Derby in several years. We spoke about ability at 17-1. Alan Mirage in the saddle for trainer Patrick. We spoke about
Jones Strike was also a big price winner.
24-1. Aaron Chatry in the saddle there for trainer Patrick Link as well. So the Derby always has that dark horse, that surprise of the event, and this was a surprise of the event, and this would have been a real turn up for the books. Maverick, and as you can see here, that could be at least 3.5 lengths clear.
But look at the respective jockeys' body languages. Now, Bailey has his stick in the right hand. He's showing him, but look at his body language. Look at Foster.
He puts down the stick right there.
There you go.
He puts down the stick 25 yards out.
And that's a disadvantage.
Hand right in. Yes.
That's the disadvantage of not having a target to aim at. You are the target, and Foster chased him. But I can tell you something, Michael. I was down at the winner's enclosure, and I heard the trainer saying that he didn't even see London Spirit coming because he was just eyes fixed on Maverick and willing him to get home. And he said when London Spirit burst forward, he was saying, well, where did he come from? As many of us were. But he had a very, very good trip down the backstretch in the first part of the race and was very well positioned. And apart from that traffic jam that he ran into with many others going to the half mile into that turn, apart from that, he had a very good trip and, of course, an expert ride from Tevin Foster. But there are some horses who didn't fire this afternoon. And we've said before, Michael, in these big races, it is very rare for all of the fancied horses to fire. Something will go amiss. Someone will show up early and blow out by the time the race gets to the business end, or something who you expect to run on strongly will be one-paced. That happened to your selection, Senor Biscotti, who was relatively well positioned down the backstretch, but just but just couldn't find that kick. Senor Biscotti also was expected to be doing his best running late, but again was one-paced. Then you had I Love Birdie coming forward because he also grabbed with Jamin, but it was after Maverick had gotten the first run, as you pointed out. And then Maverick goes first, I Love Birdie comes calling, then London Spirit kicks into overdrive. So the run-on horses really decided the outcome of the event. Those in or around the pace flattened out at the top of the lane.
And how about Tevin Foster? He rode the Oaks winner, Dreamcatcher. He hops off Dreamcatcher and on to London Spirit and then wins the Derby. So kudos to Tevin Foster there. A masterful tactic employed there.
Sage observation,
Yes.
observation there,
Yes.
Michael. And the word down there was that they were asked to pick, and they were laughing because they said Robert Hallidine picked the wrong one. He picked the wrong horse from the Jason Da Costa entrance. Tevin Foster did very well. Again, you have to ride a horse in a race like this. You have to give the horse as few obstacles to surmount as possible. Your job is to get from the gate to the finish in as straight a line as possible. And there's nothing more you could have asked the jockey to do in terms of the trip that he gave the horse. And then having a target to run down, it worked out beautifully for him.
Really well, really a memorable Jamaica Derby indeed. And it was a pleasure taking to live and direct. We had our analysis early in the card. And the tally? You had 4 wins, I had 3.
Don't worry about the tally, because here's the thing. We spotted 7 winners between us, but here's the thing. Better than that. When we were analyzing the Derby, we did say that London Spirit was a horse to be taken seriously. I told the viewers early that this horse was my Derby horse. When I was reading up the 2-year-olds, I earmarked this horse as the horse to win the Derby. And as I said, he had some issues. As Jason Da Costa said, he was just immature. He didn't really have problems. But he has now come to hand, as evidenced in that most recent effort when he was flying at the finish. And today was just a horse coming into his own and showing his real ability. But if people were listening to us and following us in the preview, they would have had reason to catch London Spirit somewhere, maybe even put them at the head of their permutations.
Most definitely. And there's London Spirit in the winners' enclosure. It was a task for the photo finish judges to separate these two. And it took a little while because, as you saw, it was so close. It could have been a whisker. The narrowest margin of victory is a nose in horse race, but actually a dead heat. 2 horses can win a race. It was as close as a dead heat, but it was quite a task to separate these two, and a nose, a very small nose too, was the margin of victory there.
Dettori, the legendary Italian jockey, says that in a close finish, when you're driving to the finish, you keep your head low and you're just pushing and trying to keep your horse's head as low as possible, because you know there's a disadvantage if your head is high and your rival's head is low. So you're trying to keep your horse's head as low as possible in the head bob to give yourself a fair chance of getting the judge's verdict when the photo finish is examined.
Indeed. And exciting Jamaica Derby. We're going to have a look at this replay several times for the rest of the year. So I sincerely hope that you enjoyed the coverage. And George, definitely thanks for coming. And we look forward to some more big races down the line. That's it from us here at Caymanas Park today. Don't go anywhere too far. The programs are out. The race books are out for Saturday's race card. We have 10 races in store for you on Saturday. And indeed, we look forward to having some great fun once again. I'm Mary Salis, Michael Kane, on behalf of our guest, George Davis, until it's time for more racing from Caymanas Park, on behalf of the production team, also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a good remainder of the Independence celebration, and see you on Saturday.